Chapter 540. Is this all you've got? It's nothing much. Lu Ming looked at Xing Fei and smiled faintly. Die! Xing Fei roared. He suppressed the shock in his heart and charged at Lu Ming. Holding a long spear, Lu Ming dashed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with Xing Fei. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched and the battle was extremely intense. Then, just like the battle with Xing Chuan, Lu Ming slowly gained the upper hand after dozens of moves. After dozens of moves, Lu Ming defeated Xing Fei with much difficulty, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Ming won again. You've lost. Hand over the ultimacy crystals. Lu Ming looked at Xing Fei indifferently. Xing Fei roared in his heart. He really didn't want to hand them over. But when he thought of Xing Chuan's fate, he shuddered and could only grit his teeth and hand over 20 ultimacy crystals. Lu Ming put them away happily and didn't forget to mutter, "What Xing family's heroes? They're all trash." Of course, he didn't lower his voice and spread it far and wide. Immediately, the Xing family's people burst into an uproar. This bastard is too arrogant. Die, I want him dead. Damn it, someone kill him. Some of the Xing family's young heroes roared in anger. Even some of the older generation's people were so angry that their eyes turned red. But for a moment, no one came out to challenge Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strange. When he fought with Xing Chuan, he seemed to be only slightly stronger than Xing Chuan. But later on, when he fought with Xing Fei, his combat strength increased rapidly and became slightly stronger than Xing Fei. They couldn't tell if Lu Ming was still hiding his strength. Now, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable in their hearts. It turns out that the so-called Xing family's heroes are just cowards. Lu Ming sneered. Bastard, what did you say? Say it again. The Xing family's heroes were enraged. Isn't that so? If you don't want to challenge me, then fine, I'll challenge you now. Lu Ming pointed his long spear in the direction of the Xing family's youths. His battle intent soared to the skies as he shouted, "Now, I challenge all of you. All of you, come at me together. Come at me together." These short words were like a storm that engulfed the entire place. The battle platform was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually taken the initiative to issue a challenge, and had even challenged all of the Sacred Clan's heroes present. Crazy, he was crazy. There were at least 100 young geniuses from the Saint family present. There were also more than 20 kings at or above the initial stage. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all of the Xing family's youths by himself. This was an insult, a naked insult. He was looking down on the many heroes of the Saint clan. Damn it, this brat deserves to die. Arrogant and ignorant. I'm going to kill him. The heroes of the Saint family roared furiously. What? Do you only know how to shout? Are you afraid to go on stage? Lu Ming continued to point his long spear at the youths, provoking them. His eyes revealed a trace of madness. The reason why Lu Ming repeatedly provoked the Xing family today was to establish his power. That's right, establish his power. Ever since he came to Tianxian City, he had been provoked by the Xing family. Wherever he went, there would be people from the Xing family provoking him. Lu Ming was annoyed. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. He would establish his power and display his powerful battle strength to intimidate the Xing family. This way, the Xing family would calm down for a period of time. Lu Ming took advantage of this time to increase his cultivation. This was Lu Ming's goal. Since they were already mortal enemies, he wasn't afraid of offending them. Since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish. Brothers, let's go and teach him a lesson. A hero of the Xing family roared and rushed toward the Divine Guard battle platform. In a few breaths, he had covered 10 miles and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He didn't hide his aura at all. Late stage 6th level martial king. He was much stronger than Xing Fei. Go. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. One by one, the youths of the Saint family rushed onto the fighting ring and surrounded Lu Ming. 19. A total of 19 people. All of them were above the 4th level of the Martial King realm, and all of them were low-level Martial Kings. As for those below the level of King realm, there was no need for them to come up, because they wouldn't pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. And the two of us. With 2 long howls, 2 more youths from the crowd rushed onto the battle stage. One was wearing a red robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. The 2 of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the fighting stage. The aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. The peak of the 6th layer of the Martial King realm. It's Saint Chong and Saint Wolf. Someone exclaimed. Supposedly, the 2 of them entered into closed-door cultivation a few months ago with the intention of charging into the sovereign realm. I never expected that they'd come out of closed-door cultivation now. It seems that he hasn't succeeded yet. He's still a small perfection king. However, he's only a step away from great perfection king. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. On the battle stage, the other elites of the Saint clan were also overjoyed when they saw the 2 of them. I didn't expect that someone would look down on the Saint clan while I was in closed-door cultivation for a few months. He deserves to die. The blue-robed youth, Xing Chong, said coldly. His eyes were like huge waves as he opened and closed them. That's good too. Today is a good time to show our might. Don't let others think that there's no one left in the Saint clan. Saint Wolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light like a wild beast. A total of 21 people surrounded Lu Ming. Their auras merged and were extremely terrifying. Are you all here yet? If so, let's fight. I'm too lazy to bet with you. Lu Ming said indifferently. His face was calm, as if he didn't feel any pressure being surrounded by so many people. Pretending to be relaxed. I'd like to see how strong you are. Attack. Xing Chong said coldly. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the battle stage went berserk. 21 auras soared into the sky. 21 attacks merged and crushed toward Lu Ming. Yes, crushed. Lu Ming couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. He's dead. Lu Ming is dead. Under this move, anyone below Great Perfection King will die. Who can he blame for his own death? Does he really think that he can be arrogant after defeating Xing Fei and Xing Chuan? Even if he has the strength of a peak 6th level martial king, he's still going to die. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming exploded. The second bloodline merged with his body and circulated his true yuan to the extreme. At the same time, the 3 wills merged and exploded. An unimaginable spear light soared into the sky. This spear light seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth and everything. Boom. The joint attack of the 21 elites of the Saint clan collapsed under this spear light. Whoosh. Moon seizing. Lu Ming shouted. His long hair fluttered as the spear in his hand became 1,000 meters long and swept out. A full moon appeared on the battle stage. Chapter 541. Bang. Bang. The elites of the Xing family were sent flying backward like sandbags. With Lu Ming as the center, the heroes from the sacred family were thrown backward. They slid along the fighting ring at high speed. They only came to a stop after sliding for a few miles. Blood kept spurting out of their mouths. They were all martial artists of LV4 Martial King realm. They were vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. The martial artists of LV5 Martial King realm were also thrown back, but they didn't fall to the ground. They were still able to stand firm, but blood was spilling out of their mouths. Only the martial artists of LV6 Martial King realm were able to block the attack head-on, but they also took dozens of steps back. Even Xing Chong and Xing Lang took 7 or 8 steps back. The encirclement of the heroes of the Xing family was instantly shattered by Lu Ming's attack. Boom. Boom. Below the fighting ring, countless people couldn't control their emotions when they saw this scene. Their auras surged out violently, and their eyes were wide open as they roared. 3 wills of heaven and earth. Lu Ming has comprehended 3 wills of heaven and earth. 3 wills of heaven and earth were condensed into wills runes, and 2 of them were cultivated to the level 1 lower success. How did he do it? Impossible. Cultivating multiple wills will create resistance between each other. How did he do it? How could this be? He's too powerful. The Xing family is no match for him. They were all defeated in one move. He didn't use his full strength just now. Otherwise, he would have killed Xing Chuan and Xing Fei in one move. It turns out that he's not arrogant. He has the strength to do so. I understand now. He didn't get those soul-sealing jade tokens by plotting against others. He got them by himself by killing the zombie guards. He has the strength to do so. Many people around shouted. They couldn't control their emotions and didn't even care if their words would offend the Xing family. It was too shocking. How could this be? Xing Yao's old eyes almost popped out at this moment. His aura spread out uncontrollably. Many people around him stepped back in shock. But he didn't feel it at all. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, full of disbelief. 3 kinds of concepts of heaven and earth, all of them, have been cultivated into concept runes, and 2 of them have reached level 1 lower tier. Why? Why? Xing Wushuang seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming as he muttered under his breath. He simply could not accept all of this. In the past, he had even mocked Lu Ming for cultivating multiple intents at the same time and that he would never achieve anything. But now, he had only cultivated 1 concept and had yet to condense a concept rune. On the other hand, Lu Ming had cultivated 3 concepts and all of them had condensed concept runes. 2 of them had even reached level 1 lesser success. Compared to Lu Ming, he was simply trash. No, he couldn't even be compared to trash. He was just dung. At this moment, his heart of martial arts collapsed. The aura on his body fluctuated unsteadily, and his eyes became lifeless. During this period of time, Lu Ming had dealt him a series of blows. Now, just a moment ago, this blow had finally reached its peak, shattering his heart of martial arts. Once his heart of martial arts was destroyed, it would be difficult for him to progress in martial arts. In other words, Xing Wushuang would never be able to break through to Martial King realm. It was ridiculous. Back then, he had said that Lu Ming would never be able to break through to Martial King realm. But now, the same thing had happened to him. What a piece of trash. Xing Yao shouted coldly when he saw Xing Wushuang's condition. In the fighting ring, Xing Chong, Xing Lang, and the others were also shocked. 1 move. Lu Ming had only used 1 move, but the power contained in that move was too terrifying. It was far beyond the peak of LV6 Martial King realm. You want to cripple me with such strength? Lu Ming held his long spear, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His aura was wild. Lu Ming, your strength is indeed not bad. How about this, let's call this a draw. Xing Chong shouted as he looked at Lu Ming. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. The Xing family was completely defeated in this battle. But if it ended in a draw, the Xing family's reputation would be better. Everyone looked at Xing Chong with disdain. It was obvious that Xing Chong was afraid. A draw? Ha, do you think you're qualified to fight me to a draw? Lu Ming laughed and walked toward Xing Chong, Xing Lang, and the others with his long spear in hand. Lu Ming, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xing Chong roared and couldn't help but step back. Nonsense. Either admit defeat or fight. Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming, that's enough. Xing Yao shouted coldly. Old man, is it your turn to speak on the Divine Guard battle ring? Lu Ming reprimanded him without turning his head. Xing Yao was a peak king and an elder of Emperor Sky Divine Palace. He had never been scolded by a junior before. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming didn't stop and walked toward Xing Chong and the others. Damn it, damn it. Let's attack together. Xing Chong roared. He knew that this battle couldn't be avoided. They could only fight. If they didn't even dare to fight and admitted defeat, they wouldn't have become a laughing stock and would have been punished by the Xing family. Kill! Kill! Xing Chong, Xing Lang, and the others roared and unleashed their full strength. A green divine bird flew above Xing Chong's head. The intent of wind spread out and a gale swept out. Above Xing Lang's head was a giant wolf. The giant wolf's body was covered in flames and the intent of fire filled the sky. There were also some 6th and 5th stage martial king experts. There were 10 of them in total. Kill! 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 10 attacks flew toward Lu Ming from different angles. 10,000 dragons kill. Lu Ming thrust out his spear and dozens of 3-colored true dragons flew out and pounced toward the 10 Xing family heroes. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward Xing Chong and Xing Lang. Shwa! A huge spear radiance, thicker than a water tank, blasted toward the 2 heroes. The 2 heroes were shocked and used their strongest moves to block it, but it was useless. They were hit by the huge spear radiance and their bodies shook violently. They flew backward and spat out blood. They flew for several miles before they staggered and steadied themselves. Below the fighting ring, countless people looked at Lu Ming in shock. At this moment, Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. He was invincible. A peerless genius. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Maybe in 3 to 5 years, Lu Ming will be on the list of top 1,000 talents. I think so too. As long as Lu Ming keeps up this momentum, he will be on the list of top 1,000 talents in 3 to 5 years at most. In that case, our Tianxian domain will have 2 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Below the fighting ring, people whispered. Both of you, admit defeat. Lu Ming stared at Xing Chong and Xing Lang. You want us to admit defeat? Impossible. Lu Ming, unless you can knock us out of the fighting ring, we won't admit defeat. Xing Lang shouted. Since you have some backbone, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 542. Everyone stared at the fighting ring. They felt that the battle was about to come to an end. Just then, a cold voice came from afar. Lu Ming, how dare you? As soon as the voice fell, a divine light shot from afar. The divine light was too fast. It crossed the void in an instant and shot towards Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming's face changed. He felt that the divine light contained terrifying power and killing intent. His body instantly tensed up, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. This was an instinctive reaction. He felt a fatal threat from this divine light. Without any hesitation, he retreated. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline activated and devouring power filled the area. The true essence in his body circulated to the extreme. The 3 wills of heaven and earth merged and surged towards the long spear. True Dragon Strike. He thrust out the spear and a huge tricolor true dragon flew out and collided with the divine light. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The divine light pierced through the tricolor true dragon and the 3 wills of heaven and earth on it collapsed. Whoosh! The divine light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Extreme Dao Strike. At the critical moment, Lu Ming stopped retreating. He became one with the spear and turned into a spear radiance that pierced forward. Boom! The tip of the spear accurately pierced the divine light. In an instant, Lu Ming felt a terrifying power surging towards him along the long spear. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a big hammer. His body slid back along the fighting ring. He slid back for a few miles before coming to a stop. He felt his blood boil and his arm holding the spear tremble slightly. Crack! At this moment, the tip of the demon banishing spear let out a cracking sound, and cracks began to appear on its surface. Then, more and more cracks appeared. Finally, with a bang, the tip of the demon banishing spear exploded into pieces and scattered all over the ground. After withstanding Lu Ming's powerful force and the bombardment of the divine light, the demon-suppressing spear finally could not take it anymore and exploded. However, the divine light was successfully blocked by Lu Ming. Who is it? Lu Ming looked in the direction of the divine light. He wasn't the only one. At this moment, everyone looked in that direction. A slender figure wearing a 7-starred robe with his hands clasped behind his back walked through the air step by step. Everyone's hearts shook violently. Within profound Heaven's city, there was a forbidden zone. Ordinary kings simply couldn't walk in the air. Only peak kings could barely walk in the air. This person was very young, about 24 or 25 years old. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He was extremely handsome. Starlight filled the air around him, making him look like a god that had descended into the world. Holy star, it's a holy star. Someone roared. It's over. Lu Ming is finished. I didn't expect that even the sacred star would be attracted here. This time, Lu Ming is really finished. Heavens! Xing Xing's cultivation seems to have improved. He can actually walk in the air. Could it be that he has already broken through to the Peak King realm? Many people were shocked. Such a young Peak King was simply too shocking and incredible. No, Xing Xing hasn't broken through to the Peak King realm. He should still be at the peak of the 9th level Martial King realm. However, his strength is too strong. He's no weaker than a Peak King, so he can walk in the air. A white-haired old man explained. Xing Yao was not the only elder present. There were other elders present as well. This white-haired old man was one of them. Oh. I see. That's also amazing. The other sighed. How old was Xing Xing? He was only 25 years old, but he had already reached the peak of the 9th level Martial King realm. Didn't this mean that he had a chance to open his spiritual sea and become a Sea of Soul realm expert before the age of 30? Countless gazes were fixed on the youth in the air. Xing Xing. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Xing Xing. Ever since he came to profound Heaven's city, Lu Ming had heard this name many times. Xing Xing was the #1 genius in Tianxian domain and a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness. He was the idol of countless young geniuses in Tianxian domain. The other so-called geniuses in Tianxian domain were like candlelight in front of Xing Xing. They couldn't be compared at all. Xing Xing walked in the air and arrived above the Divine Guard battle platform. He looked down at Lu Ming. Stars seemed to twinkle in his eyes. Young Master Xing Chen, Xing Chong, Xing Lang, and the others hurriedly bowed when they saw Lu Ming. They looked nervous as if they were very afraid of Xing Xing. Xing Xing was the chosen successor of the Xing family. In the future, he would definitely be at the helm of the Xing family. It could be said that their fates were under his control. They were naturally afraid of Xing Xing. Xing Xing glanced at them indifferently and said expressionlessly, "All of you, leave and heal yourselves." Yes, yes. Xing Chong and the others felt as if they had been pardoned. They supported each other and left the battle platform. Then, Xing Xing looked at Lu Ming again. "So you're Lu Ming. You've got guts to injure so many people of my Xing family." Xing Xing said indifferently. No one could tell what emotion he was feeling from his voice. Divine Guard battle platform. It's just a fair battle. Lu Ming said. Haha. Xing Xing chuckled and said, "You're not bad. I just happen to be lacking a coachman. You'll report to work as a coachman for 3 years. If you perform well, you'll naturally be promoted." Xing Xing stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with a commanding tone as if this matter had already been decided. Around them, many people revealed looks of surprise. They never thought that Xing Xing would let Lu Ming go so easily. He even asked Lu Ming to be his coachman. In many people's eyes, being a coachman for the Saint Star was a supreme honor. This was a position that belonged to the Saint Star's trusted aides. Their status would rise along with the tide, and a casual word from them would cause many emperors of great countries to tremble in fear. Moreover, Xing Xing might even be guided by Xing Xing. How honorable was that? In many people's eyes, Xing Xing was not punishing Xing Xing, but rewarding him. It seems that Lu Ming's talent has been valued by Xing Xing. Someone exclaimed. Damn it. Sheng Wuxuang gritted his teeth. He was jealous of Lu Ming. If this opportunity fell on him, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Now, this opportunity fell on Lu Ming. Do you think Lu Ming will agree? Someone asked in a low voice. Nonsense, of course he'll agree. Who is Xing Xing? He's a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although Lu Ming's talent is very high, I think he's still far from Xing Xing. It's good enough that he can become Xing Xing's coachman. Yes, if he doesn't agree, Xing Xing will definitely not let him go. In such a situation, he'll definitely agree. Yes, it's not shameful to be Xing Xing's coachman. Many people were speculating curiously. Chapter 543. Xing Xing, right? Lu Ming stared at Xing Xing with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, the scene quieted down. Everyone looked at Lu Ming, waiting to see how he would respond. Xing Xing, I think you're not bad. My courtyard is lacking a gatekeeper. Pack up and quickly report to me. A clear voice came from Lu Ming's mouth, but it swept through the crowd like a storm. Everyone was stunned. After a long while, a shocking uproar broke out. Lu Ming refused. Not only did he refuse, but he also asked Xing Xing to guard his door. Heavens, he's got guts. This is adding fuel to the fire. It's fine if he refused, but he actually asked Xing Xing to guard his door. Is he qualified? Excited discussions broke out all around. Lu Ming, how dare you speak to my Xing clan's young master like that? You're courting death. Young Master Xing Chen wants you to be his groom because he thinks highly of you. Many people want to know, but you actually dare to speak to him like that. You're simply arrogant, ignorant, and stubborn. Xing Yao scolded loudly from the side. As for Xing Wuxuang, he simply wanted to laugh to death. Just now, he was really afraid that Lu Ming would agree. You refused? Xing Xing's face was still calm. No expression could be seen as he asked indifferently. Nonsense. If others are willing to be your dog, that's their business. But why would I, Lu Ming, do that? In this world, no one can make me his groom, including you, Xing Xing. Lu Ming said loudly. As soon as he said that, it caused a wave of curses. What an ignorant and arrogant son of a bitch. Who does he think he is? He thinks he's number one with a bit of talent. What a joke. He's comparing himself to the sacred star. Who does he think he is? What qualifications does he have to be compared to young Master Xing Chen? At this moment, Xing Xing's face finally turned cold. With a wave of his hand, as if there was a huge magical power, the crowd immediately quieted down. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, I'll cripple you. A cold voice came from Saint Star's mouth. Boom. In the next moment, the starlight on the sacred star burned like a flame, illuminating the entire sky. This is the concept of stars. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the world, other than the 9 common concepts of wind, fire, and thunder, there were many other special concepts. However, these special concepts were often extremely difficult to comprehend, but they were often extremely powerful. The concept of stars was such a special concept. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the starlight condensed into dozens of long swords that pierced through the air, piercing towards Lu Ming's vitals. Wherever the stars passed, terrifying and shocking sonic booms could be heard. Don't take it head on. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The sacred star was too powerful. It wasn't something he could fight against. Retreat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He took a step forward and retreated at a frightening speed. You want to escape in front of me? Saint Star shouted as the starlight on his body became even more dazzling. At the same time, starlight sprinkled down from the sky above Lu Ming's head and condensed into a giant hand that pressed down on Lu Ming. This giant hand seemed to have appeared out of thin air above Lu Ming's head. There was no way to avoid it. Block. Lu Ming growled as he activated 2 bloodlines. A lower LV5 long spear appeared in his hand. His true essence circulated crazily as 3 concepts burst out. He stabbed the spear at the star hand. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Ming's body fell from the sky like a meteorite and heavily smashed into the edge of the fighting ring, coughing up blood. Pung! The lower LV5 long spear in Lu Ming's hand was shattered. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. It's just a meaningless struggle. Saint Star looked indifferent as he stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Lu Ming condescendingly as if he was an emperor who ruled over everything. Saint Star, why are you pretending? Do you really think you're a peerless genius who can look down on everything? You're only ranked 998th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are many people stronger than you. Why are you so arrogant? Also, how old are you? You're 5 years older than me. What's there to be proud of? If I cultivate for another 5 years, I can suppress you with 1 finger. Lu Ming hollered. He stood upright and stared at the sacred star with bright eyes. Many people's eyes lit up at his words. Indeed, how old was Lu Ming now? It would be an exaggeration to say that he could suppress Saint Star with 1 finger when he was at Saint Star's age. However, it was not impossible for him to reach Saint Star's current level. Everyone had seen Lu Ming's combat strength and talent. Some people felt that Lu Ming had the potential to be ranked on the list of top 1,000 talents. You're feeling pretty good about yourself. On the path of martial arts, you'll be stronger every step you take. You'll never be a match for me. Are you trying to provoke me into letting you go? I'm not interested in that. So, I'll just cripple you first, said Xing Xing coldly. Starlight surged around him as he was about to unleash the next wave of attacks. It seems that I can only use the Thunder Cauldron. With my current cultivation, I can definitely kill Saint Star with 1 blow if I use the Thunder Cauldron. However, I won't be able to fight back. There's no other way now. Lu Ming's eyes flashed viciously. He immediately focused his mind and communicated with the Thunder Cauldron. Lu Ming's glabella flickered with a faint light and traces of lightning power. He could control the Thunder Cauldron to launch a fatal blow at any time. Stop. Just then, a soft shout was heard. Caw. Then, a bird's cry was heard. Everyone saw that in the sky, a large green condor was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. There were 2 figures standing on the eagle's back. Mu Xiuyuan and senior sister Mulan's. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 2 people on the eagle's back were Mulan's and Mu Xiuyuan. That's Miss Mulan's. What's Miss Mulan's doing here? Many people were curious. Saint Star's eyes flickered slightly. The starlight on his body also calmed down and he stopped attacking. Caw! The eagle cried. The next moment, the eagle appeared above the Divine Guard battle platform. Mulan's and Mu Xiuyuan jumped down from the eagle's back and appeared on the Divine Guard battle platform. Lu Ming, are you alright? Mulan's immediately walked toward Lu Ming with concern in her eyes. It's just a small injury. I'm fine. Senior sister Mulan's, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Lu Ming smiled. He hadn't seen Mulan's for more than a year. Mulan's had become more mature and charming. Her curves were even more stunning. One look at her and one would have an irresistible impulse. Countless pairs of fiery eyes stared at Mulan from all directions. It's been a long time indeed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to reach this stage. You didn't disappoint me. Mulan's revealed a faint smile. Move aside. This kid has injured many of my Saint family's elites. Let me cripple this kid first. Chapter 544. As soon as Mulan's arrived, she was talking and laughing with Lu Ming as if there was no one around. This made his killing intent soar. Sacred Star, let him go. Let go of Lu Ming. Only then did Mulan turn around and look at the Sacred Star. Lan, what did you say? Sacred Star's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sacred Star, I'm here today. Don't even think about hurting a single hair of his. Mulan said. Mulan's. Sacred Star's eyes were filled with killing intent like a storm. Mulan was his fiancée in the Sacred Star Palace. Yet, she was protecting another man in front of everyone. How could he still have any face left? At this moment, Sacred Star's killing intent towards Lu Ming did not decrease. Instead, it increased. I only wanted to cripple him, but now, he must die. Sacred Star's cold and emotionless voice came out from his mouth. How dare you? Mulan stood in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, the spectators looked at each other. Some of them were smart enough to figure out what was going on. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. Mulan's, do you think you can stop me? Get out of my way. Sacred Star waved his hand and starlight burst out. It was like ribbons of light that wrapped around Mulan's and Mu Xiuyuan. Boom! Boom! Mulan's and Mu Xiuyuan unleashed their powerful auras. After not seeing each other for a while, Mulan's had reached the Martial King realm and Mu Xiuyuan's cultivation had reached the peak of LV6 Martial King realm. However, it was all in vain. Under the starlight of Sacred Star, they could not resist at all. The starlight wrapped around them and pulled them to Sacred Star's side. Senior Mulan's. Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming. Mulan's also shouted. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you now. Die. The Saint Star was filled with cold killing intent. Before this, he still felt that Lu Ming's talent was not bad and wanted to recruit him for his own use. But now, he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Ming. Boom! Cold killing intent and a powerful aura erupted from Xing Xing's body. Xing Xing clenched his fist, and a starry battle sword appeared in his hand. It's still not certain who will live and who will die on the Sacred Star. Lu Ming's gaze was also incomparably cold as he stared at the Sacred Star. Wisps of lightning swam between his eyebrows. With just you? Xing Xing sneered disdainfully. He took a step forward and the Divine Guard battle platform rumbled. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly, and the ruthlessness in them intensified. He knew that even if he could use the lightning cauldron to kill Xing Xingchen, he wouldn't be able to survive. The other members of the sacred clan wouldn't let him off, and the secret of the lightning cauldron would be exposed. But now, he had no other choice. Stop. Xing Xing, I promise you that as long as you let Lu Ming go, I will marry you in a year. Mulan shouted at this moment. The Sacred Star's figure came to a halt. He then turned around and looked at Mulan's. It seems like this kid is really important in your heart. You don't have to worry about this. I promise to marry you in a year as long as you let Lu Ming go. If you kill him, I would rather die than marry you. Mulan said. Senior sister Mulan's, you can't. Lu Ming shouted. However, Mulan ignored Lu Ming and continued to stare at the Sacred Star. Alright, I promise you. But not in a year's time, but in half a year's time. You and I will get married in half a year's time and I will let this kid go. Xing Xing said coldly. Half a year? Mulan's gritted her teeth, glanced at Lu Ming, and said, Alright, I promise you. Seeing Mulan's agree, Xing Xing waved his hand and the light of the stars around Mulan's and Mu Xiuyuan dissipated. The two of them regained their freedom. As soon as the two of them regained their freedom, they walked towards Lu Ming. Senior sister Mulan's, why did you agree to his request? He may not be able to kill me. Lu Ming said, full of unwillingness. Mulan smiled slightly, thinking that Lu Ming was saying it out of anger. She didn't care and said, Lu Ming, we are engaged after all. Perhaps this is fate. I always want to escape, but in the end, I can't escape. A long sigh sounded softly. Kiki, Lu Ming clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. He knew that Mulan's was doing this because of him. Otherwise, with Mulan's character, she would never agree to it. Lu Ming, since Lan has pleaded for you today, I will spare your life. Xing Xing said coldly. Immediately after, he revealed a contemptuous look and continued, Lu Ming, a person like you, who can only hide behind a woman, is not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. After saying that, he smiled contemptuously and turned around to leave. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice sounded. Xing Xing, since this is the case, do you dare to accept my challenge? Hua. Lu Ming's voice was like a storm, sweeping across the entire place. Many people were dumbfounded. What? What did I just hear? Lu Ming wants to challenge Xing Xing. He has guts, he's courting death. Arrogant and conceited, this is arrogant and conceited. The entire place burst into an uproar. In Tianxian domain, no one from the younger generation dared to challenge Xing Xing for a few years. You want to challenge me? Xing Xing turned around and asked. Even he was a little surprised. That's right, Xing Xing. Half a year later, you and I will fight. Do you dare? Lu Ming said loudly. Half a year later? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Xing Xing's mouth. He glanced at Mulan and said, could it be that you think you can catch up to me in half a year? Fight with me? You don't have to worry about this. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, no, you don't have to do this for me, Mulan said anxiously. She knew that the reason why Lu Ming chose to challenge Xing Xing in half a year must have something to do with her. However, with Lu Ming's cultivation, it was impossible for him to be Xing Xing's opponent in half a year's time. Lu Ming could fight those above his level, so could Xing Xing. If Lu Ming could improve, so could Xing Xing. It was almost impossible to catch up to the Saint Star in just half a year. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Lu Ming. She was very confident in Lu Ming. She believed that Lu Ming would be able to catch up with Xing Xing in a few years. However, half a year was too short. Lu Ming waved his hand and interrupted Mulan's. Senior Sister Mulan's, this battle is imperative. Even if it's not for you, I will still pay for today's humiliation. Lu Ming's voice was firm and unquestionable. Xing Xing, say it. Do you dare? Lu Ming looked at Xing Xing intently. All right, I promise you. I will let you know what despair is in half a year's time. You will never be able to catch up with me. Xing Xing's voice was full of confidence. The scene was in an uproar. Xing Xing actually agreed to Lu Ming's challenge. The two would fight in half a year's time. Moreover, this battle would be very interesting. If Xing Xing was defeated, his wedding with Mulan's would definitely be affected or even cancelled. If Lu Ming was defeated, Xing Xing could use the momentum of victory to marry Mulan's. Chapter 545. Do you think Lu Ming has any hope in half a year? How is that possible? The sacred star will probably become a peak king in half a year. How can Lu Ming have any hope? There's no hope at all. I think so too, but I'm still looking forward to it. Me too. We can't miss it in half a year. Around them, everyone was discussing excitedly. The sacred star didn't say anything else. He turned around and left, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. This Lu Ming. He has escaped a calamity again. Shen Wuxuang clenched his teeth. So what if he escaped? He's still going to die in half a year. We'll just let him live for another half a year. Xing Yao snorted. But, Shen Wuxuang still had some worry in his eyes. Lu Ming was just too monstrous. Every time he saw Lu Ming's cultivation would increase explosively. Shen Wuxuang was already a little afraid. He was afraid that the next time they met, Lu Ming would have reached an unknown level. Even if Lu Ming has some talent, do you really think he can catch up to the sacred star young lord in half a year? There's no chance at all. Xing Yao said. Not bad, not bad. Sheng Wushuang kept comforting himself, but he was still very nervous inside. After that, the crowd slowly dispersed. However, the news of Lu Ming challenging the sacred star in half a year's time, as well as the news of Sheng Wushuang marrying Mulan in half a year's time, spread like wildfire. It caused an earthquake. On the Divine Guard battle platform. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have challenged the sacred star, young lord. Mulan's looked at Lu Ming with some blame. However, she didn't know why, but she was a little happy. She knew that Lu Ming had challenged Sheng Wushuang mostly because of her. Senior sister Mulan's, don't you have so little confidence in me? Don't worry, in half a year, I'll definitely beat Sheng Wushuang until he's half paralyzed and can't marry you. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're still so confident. Mulan rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, revealing a smile at the corners of her lips. Hey, senior sister Mulan's, why don't you want to marry the sacred star, young lord? Although this guy has an arrogant expression that makes people unhappy, to be honest, he still has some ability and looks good. Wait, don't tell me you don't want to marry him because you like me? Lu Ming smiled at Mulan's. Like you? Stop dreaming. Mulan pouted coquettishly. Her face was a little red, and she looked incomparably charming. Then, she sighed and said, who would want their fate to be determined by someone else since they were young? Besides, it's hard to say when it comes to feelings. Although Xing Chen is a genius, he doesn't have any feelings for him. Lu Ming had a spurious smile. Cough cough. At this time, Mu Shiyuan coughed a few times and said, shouldn't we leave this place now? Yes, let's go. Mulan's face was red as she said hurriedly. Lu Ming's gaze and smile were too much for her to handle. Immediately after, Mulan gestured for the giant eagle in the sky to leave on its own. She, Lu Ming, and Mu Shiyuan walked down from the fighting ring and walked toward a street. Lu Ming, where are you staying now? Mulan's asked. I'm staying in a house in the city. Lu Ming said. Oh, how about this, you can move to the 4th district. You can cultivate faster in the 4th district. I'll arrange a courtyard for you. Mulan said. Mulan's father was the palace master of the Tianxian branch. He had the authority to arrange a courtyard in the 4th district. Then, the three of them walked toward the 4th district. The 4th district was blocked by a city wall. There were experts guarding the city gate. Ordinary people were not allowed to trespass or they would be killed without mercy. However, Lu Ming had Mulan's and Mu Shiyuan to lead the way. Naturally, he entered the 4th district without any obstacles. What a strong spiritual qi of heaven and earth. What a strong realm of heaven and earth. As soon as they entered the 4th district, Lu Ming exclaimed repeatedly. He realized that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense, as if it was about to materialize. The realm of heaven and earth was even stronger than the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the east. It was hard for one's cultivation not to improve if they stayed here for a long time. No wonder the younger generation of the Xing family had so many experts and martial king experts. In such an environment, even a pig would be able to cultivate to a decent level. Mulan's and Mu Shiyuan led Lu Ming to the depths of the 4th district. Soon, they arrived in front of a courtyard. Miss Mulan's. At the entrance of the courtyard, an old man bowed to Mulan's. Well, Elder Qian, Lu Ming will stay in this courtyard from now on. Mulan's pointed at Lu Ming. Elder Qian looked at Lu Ming with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He then nodded and said, yes. Lu Ming, let's go in and take a look at the environment. Mulan smiled. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them walked into the courtyard. In terms of size, this courtyard was not as big as the East Sky Courtyard in the east. This was normal. This was the 4th district of Tianxian City. Its value was terrifyingly high. The area was naturally not big. However, the layout was very elegant. It was very suitable for cultivation, comprehension of realm, and martial techniques. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The three of them walked around and returned to the courtyard. Lu Ming, this token is for you. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the 4th district. Mullins took out a purple token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and kept it. Senior Sister Mullins, I wonder if there are any inscription masters in Tianxian City. I would like to ask an inscription master to refine a spear for me. Lu Ming asked. Previously, the tip of the demon vanquishing spear was already broken. As for ordinary level 5 inferior grade long spears, Lu Ming had 2 of them. They were obtained from others. However, level 5 inferior grade spears were not of much use. Of course there are inscription masters in Tianxian City. Moreover, there are more than one. What grade spirit spear do you want to refine? Mullins asked. It's best if it's grade 6. Lu Ming said. Grade 6. Mullins and Mu Xiuyuan were both shocked. Grade 6 spirit weapon was a spirit weapon specially used by Sea of Soul Realm experts. Its power was extremely frightening. However, the materials required were also terrifyingly expensive. Lu Ming actually wanted to refine a grade 6 spear? Lu Ming nodded. His cultivation progress was very fast. Moreover, his Zhen Yuan was too abundant. It was 10 times more than ordinary people. Moreover, the martial techniques he cultivated were extremely tyrannical. The requirements for spirit weapons were extremely high. Ordinary spirit weapons simply could not bear his explosive power. The demon vanquishing spear's material was already very good. However, it still could not bear it. Only a grade 6 spirit weapon would be enough for Lu Ming to use for a period of time. Lu Ming, the price of refining a grade 6 spirit weapon is terrifyingly high. I don't have that many spirit crystals on me. Chapter 546. Senior Sister Mullins, you don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it. Lu Ming smiled. He had nearly 9 million spirit crystals on him. He believed that it was enough to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. Mu Xiuyuan and Mullins were extremely astonished. Lu Ming could even afford a grade 6 spirit weapon? It seemed like they'd still underestimated Lu Ming. Alright then. There's a grade 6 inscription master in Profound Sky City, and he's a good friend of my father. However, he's not free these 2 days. How about this? I'll come look for you in 3 days and take you to see that inscription master. Mullins said. Alright, alright. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that there would really be a grade 6 inscription master in Profound Sky City. Grade 6 inscription masters were extremely rare. Their status was extremely high and respected, and they were even more respected than ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. Sea of Soul Realm experts were extremely rare in the entire Profound Sky region. Every single one of them was a figure that could dominate Profound Sky region. The 3 realms of spiritual God were respectively Sea of Soul Realm, Spiritual Embryo Realm, and Spiritual God Realm. Every realm was incomparably profound. At the same time, the power they grasped was incomparably terrifying. It simply had the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. It was absolutely not something that Martial King Realm experts could compare to. After the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm was the Martial Monarch Realm. The peak of the Spiritual God Realm was also called Supremacy. Supremacy 9 Suns was the peak of the Spiritual God Realm, and was only a step away from the Martial Emperor Realm. Of course, that realm was extremely far away from Lu Ming. Now wasn't the time to think about this. Next, Lu Ming chatted with Mullins and Mu Xiuyuan for a while. Lu Ming, heal your injuries first. Mullins instructed with some concern. Then, she left with Mu Xiuyuan. After Mullins and Mu Xiuyuan left, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated his qi to heal his injuries. Previously, Lu Ming had taken 2 of the Sacred Star's attacks head-on, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. He also knew that the Sacred Star hadn't used much strength in those 2 moves. Otherwise, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand them. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's injuries were much better. He believed that he would be completely healed in less than a day. Half a year. If we want to catch up to the sacred star in half a year, we need more resources. The most important thing is the will of the heavens and earth. As long as the will of the heavens and earth increases, as long as I have supreme-grade spiritual crystals, my cultivation will continue to increase. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming now had the Enlightenment ancient tree and comprehended the concept of heaven and earth extremely quickly. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied. At this speed, there was no way they would be able to catch up to the sacred star in half a year. Profound crystals. If I have a large amount of profound crystals and the Enlightenment ancient tree, I'll be able to comprehend the will of heaven and earth much faster. Only then will I be able to catch up to the saint star. Lu Ming pondered. To be honest, Lu Ming was also under a lot of pressure. The main thing was that the time was too short, only half a year. Half a year later, I must defeat the sacred star. If I can't defeat the sacred star, how can I fight against Martial Emperor De in the future? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his gaze firm. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment ancient tree and placed it beside him. Then, he took out a fire profound crystal. He planned to improve his will of fire first. Now, Lu Ming's will of fire had reached the early stage of level 1 lesser success, which was only slightly weaker than the will of thunder. However, Lu Ming had 320 fire attribute profundity crystals in his hands. He could comprehend the fire concept the fastest. Crack. Lu Ming exerted his strength and crushed the fire attribute profound meaning crystal. Threads of concept permeated the surroundings of Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and started to comprehend the will of fire. Originally, the will of heaven and earth in this area was a little stronger than in the Enlightenment ancient tree and the profound crystals. Lu Ming's comprehension of the will of fire had reached a terrifying speed. His comprehension of the will of fire had increased crazily. Crack. Crack. Lu Ming crushed another piece of fire attribute profound meaning crystal after he had used it up. One after another. After a day, Lu Ming had consumed 20 fire profound crystals. Lu Ming's will of fire had a breakthrough, reaching the middle stage of level 1 lesser success, catching up with the will of thunder. Fast, too fast. 1 day's time was equivalent to a year's time for others, or even longer. At this time, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. Continue. Lu Ming continued to take out fire profound crystals and crush them, continuing to comprehend the will of fire. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day time limit with Mulans had arrived. In less than 3 days, Lu Ming had consumed a total of 60 fire attribute profundity crystals. Lu Ming's comprehension of the will of fire had reached the peak of the middle stage of level 1 lesser success, almost reaching the late stage of level 1 lesser success. The comprehension of the will of fire was more difficult as one progressed. As long as his will of fire reached the late stage of level 1 lesser success, Lu Ming's cultivation could be improved again, reaching the 5th level of Martial King Realm. If the will of fire did not improve, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation. On this day, Mulans arrived at Lu Ming's courtyard on time. Lu Ming, let's go. I'll take you to see the inscription master. Mulans said. Okay. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was looking forward to it. Mulans led Lu Ming into the depths of the city. There were very few pedestrians on the streets of the 4th area. Presumably, if he wasn't training outside, he was working hard in closed-door cultivation. Lu Ming followed Mulans, turning left and right, and came to a shabby stone house. Is this the residence of the inscription master? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, this inscription master has a strange temper, but he is good friends with my father. He should agree to help you, right? Mulans said. However, from her tone, she didn't sound very confident. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. The two walked into the stone house. There was a small courtyard inside, but there were all kinds of scrap metal piled up in the courtyard like garbage. Uncle Huang, Mulans called out in a low voice. Who is it? You're disturbing my dream again. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded in the courtyard. Lu Ming was shocked. The voice seemed to be ringing in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming hurriedly turned around, but he did not see a shadow. Lu Ming sensed carefully, but there was no aura at all. Uncle Huang, it's me, Mullins. I have something to ask you for help today. Mullins said softly, looking around with her beautiful eyes. So it's little Lon. Okay, I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want from me? The old voice sounded again. Uncle Huang, I want to ask you to help me refine a level 6 spiritual weapon spear. Mullins said. Level 6 spiritual weapon spear? This little girl really dares to ask. You want to refine it for this young man, right? Well, have you brought the spiritual crystals? Have you brought the materials? The old voice sounded. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists in the air and said, I have the spiritual crystals, but I don't have the materials to refine a level 6 spiritual weapon. You don't have the materials to refine a level 6 spiritual weapon? Well, I'll exchange them with spiritual crystals. I'll pay the materials for you, a total of 5 million spiritual crystals. The old voice sounded. 5 million spiritual crystals. Mullins widened her eyes in shock. Uncle Huang, 5 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals is too expensive. On the market, a LV6 spiritual weapon is only a few 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Chapter 547. Indeed, a level 6 spirit weapon was many times more expensive than a level 5 spirit weapon used by kings. But to say that one needed 5 million spirit crystals was a bit frightening. It was completely exorbitant. Clang. Clang. This old man's hair and beard were a mess. It was unknown how long it had been since he last cleaned it, as it was covered in dirt. Lu Ming was stunned. This old man had actually been sleeping in the pile of scrap. This was the level 6 inscription master. Little girl, don't compare those pieces of scrap metal with the spiritual weapons that I have personally refined. Moreover, those LV6 spiritual weapons that are worth hundreds of thousands of pieces of supreme-grade spiritual crystals are all lower LV6 or middle LV6. What's the use of them? Those that I have refined are definitely at the peak of LV6. Do you understand? The moment the old man appeared, he ran in front of Mullins and yelled. Uncle Huang, 5 million supreme spiritual crystals is too expensive. Mullins said. 5 million spirit crystals was something that even peak kings might not be able to take out, not to mention them. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts would feel the pinch. If you don't have spirit crystals, then forget it. I don't do business that loses money. The old man waved his hand. As long as the spirit weapon's quality is good, spirit crystals are not a problem. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Ah. Mullins looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Could Lu Ming even take out 5 million spirit crystals? The old man also looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. If you have spirit crystals, then it's easy. Tell me, what requirements do you have for the spirit weapon long spear? The old man asked. Every martial artist had different requirements for their spirit weapons according to the martial techniques they cultivated. Some people liked nimble ones, while others liked heavy ones. Hardness. First, whether it's the spear shaft or the spear tip, it needs to be absolutely tough and able to withstand an intense explosion. Also, the spear shaft needs to be tough, and flexible. Lastly, the heavier the better. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before replying. Little fellow, you sure have a lot of requests. The old man grinned and went into deep thought. After a long while, the old man said, there are very few people who use spears. I don't have many materials that are suitable for making spears. And I do have a piece of steel that is not bad. It is suitable for making the spear tip, but what about the spear shaft? We do have ordinary materials, but we don't have anything that meets your requirements. The old man frowned and muttered. Little guy, think about it. Since you use a spear, you should have collected some materials. Think about it, do you have any suitable materials to refine a spear? If you do, I will charge less spirit crystals. The old man said. Myself? Lu Ming was also racking his brains, but he really didn't have any suitable ones. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a move of his hand, a broken spear appeared. This broken spear only had half of it. The other half of the spear was missing. It was the broken spear that was shot out from the heavenly gate. This broken spear didn't have any spirituality, but its material was indeed very tough. Lu Ming didn't know what material it was made of. Maybe it could be useful. Senior, look at this broken spear, whoosh. Before Lu Ming could finish his words, a figure flashed and the broken spear in his hand disappeared and appeared in the old man's hand. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The old man's cultivation was unfathomable. He didn't even see how the old man made his move. He saw the old man staring at the broken spear. His originally turbid eyes were now as bright as two light bulbs, blazing with passion. The old man gently stroked the spear shaft with both hands. As the old man's palms moved, strange runes appeared on the spear shaft. This is a refining method from the ancient era. There are inscriptions from the ancient era in it. It's a priceless treasure, ha ha ha. The old man suddenly laughed hysterically. Lu Ming and Mullins looked at each other. It was just a broken spear. What value did it have? Why did the old man say it was a priceless treasure? Little guy, where did you get this broken spear from? The old man asked. I got it by accident in an ancient battlefield. Lu Ming lied. Yes, this broken spear has a long history. Although it has lost its spirituality and only half of it is left, it's a waste in your hands. But in my hands, it's a priceless treasure. The old man laughed. Seeing Lu Ming and Mullins's puzzled faces, the old man explained. The remnant inscriptions on this spear are ancient inscriptions that have been lost for a long time. They are extremely useful to me. After I study them, I might be able to reach a higher level in the art of refining. Just this point alone makes this a priceless treasure. Little guy, give this spear to me. I'll do my best to refine a spear for you. I won't take a single cent. How about it? The old man looked at Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. Anyway, this spear was useless in his hands. If he gave it to the old man, he could save 5 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was willing to give it up. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the elder was very happy. He smiled and said, Young lad, I won't let you suffer a loss. This half of the long spear contains a rare and strange metal called the infinite black gold. If you use this metal to forge the spirit weapon, it will have infinite potential. In the future, as long as you continue to condense and smelt other metals into it, this spirit weapon will be able to evolve and upgrade continuously. What? It can continue to evolve and upgrade? Lu Ming and Mullins were dumbfounded and shocked. There was actually such a magical metal. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing and burning with passion. That's right. In ancient times, there was quite a bit of infinite black gold. But now, there is less and less infinite black gold. It is a great fortune for you to be able to obtain some. Wait for me to study the inscriptions on it, then I will smelt this infinite black gold into your spirit weapon long spear. The old man said. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. Ha ha ha, there's no need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. However, with such a good material, the other materials can't be lacking. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Now, the key is the material of the spear shaft. The old man frowned. After a while, the old man's eyes lit up. I got it. For the spear shaft, it's most suitable to use 1,000 refined blood gold. 1,000 refined blood gold? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. 1,000 refined blood gold is an extremely precious metal. It has to be refined 1,000 times, and every time, it has to be added with the blood of demonic beasts. Only after 1,000 times can it be refined. However, I don't have any 1,000 refined blood gold, so I'll need you to make a trip. The old man said. Where can I get this 1,000 refined blood gold? Chapter 548. In the Tianxian region, only the weapon forging sect in the north has it. Coincidentally, I once helped the weapon forging sect master. As long as you go to the weapon forging sect and say that I asked you to go, the weapon forging sect master will definitely give you a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold. The old man explained. Oh. So it's in the weapon forging sect? Mullins nodded. Alright, I'll make a trip there now. Lu Ming nodded. Little guy, take this pagoda. It's my keepsake. My name is Huang Pagoda. You can call me Elder Huang in the future. The old man took out a fist-sized pagoda and threw it to Lu Ming. Yes, Elder Huang. After Lu Ming put it away, his gaze flickered and he said, Elder Huang, I still have something that I need your help with. What is it? Speak. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help. Elder Huang smiled. He was in a good mood after obtaining the broken spear. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply adorable. A long sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was an ordinary long sword, a rank 2 spiritual weapon. It was the heavenly star sword that his father had left for him. Lu Yuntian had said that the heavenly star sword contained the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. However, there were inscriptions on the heavenly star sword. If one forcefully broke the heavenly star sword, the secret would vanish. First, one had to decipher the inscriptions to open the heavenly star sword. In the past, Lu Ming had never found an inscriber to open the heavenly star sword because he felt that his cultivation was too weak. The martial emperor's treasure was left behind by the martial emperor. Without cultivation, even if the martial emperor's treasure was placed in front of him, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. With his previous cultivation, if he really entered the martial emperor's treasure, even the slightest danger would be enough to take his life. Lu Ming's mind was clear. He wouldn't go looking for the martial emperor's treasure as soon as he heard about it. But now, he had an idea. Even if he didn't go there now, he would first take a look at the martial emperor's treasure's secret and its general location. Elder Huang, there's something hidden in the sword. However, the sword is protected by inscriptions. I would like to ask Elder Huang to break the inscriptions. Lu Ming said. Oh, that's easy. Elder Huang took the heavenly star sword and looked at it. This is only a low-level inscription. It's easy. Immediately after, old Huang's palms glowed. Inscriptions appeared on his palms and he swiped them across the celestial star sword. The inscriptions on the celestial star sword appeared one after another and then collapsed. Alright, the inscription has been broken. Take it. Elder Huang returned the heavenly star sword to Lu Ming. As for what was hidden in the heavenly star sword, Elder Huang had no interest in knowing. When Lu Ming received the heavenly star sword, he sighed inwardly. The methods of a 6th rank inscription master were truly profound. Elder Huang, this junior would like to purchase a level 5 spear. Do you have it? Lu Ming didn't have any spears that were of great use at the moment. Before he could refine a level 6 spear, he could only purchase a level 5 spear for now. I do have a few level 5 spears. A dark purple spear appeared in Elder Huang's hand. This Thunder Wind spear can be considered the best among level 5 spiritual weapons. Take it. Consider it a gift from me. Elder Huang tossed the spear to Lu Ming. Thunder Wind spear. Lu Ming caught it and shook it slightly. Buzz. The spear shook and the space trembled slightly. Not bad. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This Thunder Wind spear was much better than the demon suppressing spear. It was enough for now. Lu Ming put it away and expressed his gratitude to Elder Huang. Go. Bring back the 1,000 refined blood gold as soon as possible. I'll help you forge a spear as soon as possible. Old Huang waved his hand and said. His eyes were once again fixed on the broken spear. Lu Ming and Mullins left Elder Huang's stone house. Lu Ming, the weapon forging sect is extremely far from the Profound Heaven city. It's in the north of the Profound Heaven region. I heard that the battle between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace is the most intense there. You have to be careful. Mullins warned. She was a little worried. Senior Sister Mullins, don't worry. I'm only going to get the 1,000 refined blood gold. I won't participate in the battle. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. Oh, then when do you plan to set off? Mullins asked. Half a month later. Lu Ming replied. Since Elder Huang had to comprehend the inscriptions on the broken spear, he wouldn't be able to refine the infinite black gold so quickly. Lu Ming had the Thunder Wind spear to use now, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lu Ming planned to cultivate in the Profound Heaven city for a period of time and refine the remaining fire profound crystals before heading to the weapon forging sect. That's good too. Mullins nodded. The two chatted as they walked. After a while, Mullins bid farewell to Lu Ming and returned. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard alone. The first thing he did was to take out the Heavenly Star Sword. Powerful True Yuan poured into the surface of the Heavenly Star Sword. Lu Ming sensed that the center of the Heavenly Star Sword was indeed hollow. Clang! His True Yuan shook violently. Now that Lu Ming's True Yuan was so powerful, the Heavenly Star Sword couldn't withstand it at all. It cracked and shattered into pieces with a bang. Something was revealed from the Heavenly Star Sword. Seeing the thing inside the Heavenly Star Sword, Lu Ming's pupils shrank in shock. The thing inside the Heavenly Star Sword was actually a small jade sword. It was the size of a finger and was sparkling and translucent. More importantly, Lu Ming had seen this kind of jade sword before. Back in the Blazing Sun Empire, Xian Yanqing had obtained a jade sword in the Dongyi tribe's ruins. It was exactly the same as the one before him. At that time, Lu Ming had said that he wanted to use a king's storage ring to exchange for it, but Xian Yanqing had refused. The jade sword that Xian Yanqing had obtained was exactly the same as the one before him. Just what was the relationship between the two jade swords? Could it be that the jade sword that Xian Yanqing had obtained was also related to the martial monarch's treasure? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. How do I use this jade sword? Lu Ming fiddled with it for a while. Then, he carefully poured his True Yuan into the jade sword. Buzz! The jade sword trembled slightly. Then, inscriptions appeared on the surface of the sword. The inscriptions glowed, and a picture appeared in the air. To be more precise, it was a map with densely packed routes marked on it. There was also a line of words beside the map. Lu Ming came to a realization after reading it. This was indeed a map, and this jade sword was the key to the martial monarch's treasure. Most importantly, there were a total of 9 keys to the martial monarch's treasure. The martial monarch's treasure could only be opened when all 9 keys were gathered. 9 keys? Lu Ming let out a wry smile. It seems like Xian Yanqing's jade sword is most likely the key to the martial monarch's treasure, but where are the other keys? Have they fallen into someone else's hands? How can I gather them? Lu Ming kept thinking. He had no idea how long it would take to reach the martial monarch's treasure. Forget it, with my current cultivation, it would be very dangerous to enter the martial monarch's treasure. I should wait and see. Cultivation is the most important thing now. Having this thought, Lu Ming carefully put away the jade sword and adjusted his state of mind. He then began to cultivate diligently. He continued to comprehend the fire intent with the fire esoteric crystal. Chapter 549. Half a month later, Lu Ming had refined all the remaining fire profound crystals. Lu Ming's fire essence had reached the peak of level 1 lesser success. The next step would be level 1 greater success. Level 1 lesser success of fire essence. Does that mean I can reach the peak of LV6 Martial King realm now? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If his cultivation reached the peak of LV6 Martial King realm, Lu Ming was confident that he could fight a King realm expert. Even a King realm expert of LV7 Martial King realm would be no match for him. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately took out a large amount of supreme spiritual crystals. He planned to improve his cultivation first before going to the forging sect. Bang! 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 A total of 50,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and devoured all the energy of the crystals. Then, he began to refine them like crazy. However, after an hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. His eyes were full of confusion. What's going on? Why is 90% of the energy in the crystals gone? Why can't I absorb it? Why is my cultivation increasing so slowly? Lu Ming frowned. When he was cultivating, he found that most of the energy from the crystals could not be absorbed by him and turned into genuine qi. Instead, it flowed out of his body and dissipated. Most of the 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals were wasted. Lu Ming had never encountered such a situation before. Essence, wind essence. When I was cultivating, the fire and thunder essences were too strong, and the wind essence was too weak. A huge gap was formed, which led to the loss of energy. Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind and finally came to this conclusion. But before, my thunder essence was the best, and the other 2 essences had not condensed any essence runes. Why didn't this happen? What's going on? Is it because the other 2 essences had not condensed any essence runes, so it was fine? But once they all condensed essence runes, this would happen? Yes, it must be so. Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. The drawbacks of cultivating so many concepts were finally beginning to show. When all the intents condensed into intent runes, all the intents had to be roughly balanced in order to increase one's cultivation. If many intents lost their balance, it would be very difficult to increase one's cultivation. Now, the concept of fire was much stronger than the concept of wind. It had exceeded a level. It was no wonder that others said that cultivating several states at the same time would become increasingly difficult. This didn't just mean that there would be a huge resistance when condensing concept runes. That was only one of the reasons. But when multiple intents were condensed into intent runes, an even greater drawback appeared. He had to cultivate many different intents at the same time and maintain a balance in order to increase his cultivation. If you gave up on all the other intents and only cultivated one type of intent after condensing all the intent runes, then even if you cultivated that intent to a high level, it would be very difficult for your cultivation to increase. If someone wanted to raise a concept first, then raise their cultivation, and then turn around to raise other concepts, it would not work. This was equivalent to stepping onto a path of no return. Once he stepped onto it, he would have to walk to the end. However, a person's energy was extremely limited. Their lifespan was also limited. One had to maintain multiple intents at the same time in order to increase one's cultivation. This speed was too slow. There were such people in history who cultivated multiple intents at the same time. But in the end, because they had to comprehend every single intent, their cultivation speed was extremely slow. In the end, their lifespan was exhausted and they turned into dust. Some people were even peerless geniuses. If they cultivated only one intent, their achievements would be limitless. But in the end, their ambitions were too great and they died on this path. There were too few people who could complete this path. They were all rare geniuses. Next, if I had known, I wouldn't have cultivated the concept of fire to such a high level. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. However, Lu Ming wasn't too worried. He had the Enlightenment ancient tree. Even if he cultivated 3 intents at the same time, his speed would still be faster than others. Moreover, as long as the Enlightenment ancient tree grew in the future, his speed of comprehending the concept of heaven and earth would definitely be faster. Forget it. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the concept of wind. I originally wanted to put it aside, but it looks like I can't. I'd better go to the forging sect first. I'll cultivate on the way. Lu Ming muttered. Immediately after, Lu Ming stood up and left the courtyard. Not long after, Lu Ming left the profound heaven city. He soared into the sky and flew towards the north. The forging sect was located in the northern part of the profound heaven region. It was located at the intersection of the central and northern parts of the Profound Heaven region. It was extremely far away from the Profound Heaven region. Currently, the Heavenly Corpse sect had already occupied the northern part of the Profound Heaven region. The vast territory was completely under the Heavenly Corpse sect's control. Currently, the territory of the Forging sect was at the front line of the war between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was extremely chaotic there. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry. Not long after he left the Profound Heaven region, he rushed into a large mountain and captured a half-step king-level swift gale eagle. He sat cross-legged on the swift gale eagle and flew towards the Forging sect. The swift gale eagle's speed was extremely fast. A half-step king-level swift gale eagle's speed wasn't inferior to some martial king-level cultivators. Moreover, its endurance was extremely good. Lu Ming could use the swift gale eagle to travel while cultivating and comprehending the concept of wind. Lu Ming took out the Tao comprehending ancient tree and placed it beside him. Then, he took out a profound wind crystal. He had a total of 40 profound wind crystals on him, all of which he had won from the Xing clan in a bet. Crushing the profound wind crystal, Lu Ming started to comprehend the concept of wind. Just like this, Lu Ming traveled while cultivating. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a month's time, he had already refined all 40 profound wind crystals. As for the concept of wind, he had also made a breakthrough. He was only a step away from the initial success of the first stage. At this time, Lu Ming had also arrived at the territory near the Forging sect. This territory was in the middle of the war between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Forging sect was also a subsidiary power of the Heavenly Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Naturally, they would stand on the Heavenly Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's side against the Heavenly Corpse sect. Go! Lu Ming patted the swift gale eagle that he had been riding for a month. Then, his figure moved and he flew forward alone. At this point, the swift gale eagle was already useless. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming hadn't flown for long when the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Two huge coffins stopped in front of Lu Ming. They were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hee, my luck is pretty good today. I just came out for a walk and I met a little brat. His cultivation seems to be pretty good. I can take him back and refine him into a new corpse. A dry laugh came from the coffin. Today's one should be mine. The next one should be yours. An unpleasant voice came out from the other coffin. All right, I'll let you have him. Let's end this quickly. After dealing with this little brat, we'll go elsewhere and see if there's any prey. The voice from the previous coffin sounded out again. The prey you're talking about, is it me? Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face. Nonsense, if it's not you, then who is it? Little brat, don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to escape from the two of us. Chapter 550. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and formed a long spear with his true essence. The long spear quickly grew to 1,000 meters long and whipped toward the two coffins. Its power was extremely shocking. No, it's a king of lower success. How is this possible? Two panicked cries came from the coffins. At the same time, the coffins flew backward, trying to escape. But, how could they escape? Boom! The huge spear light directly hit the two coffins. The coffins exploded and 6 figures appeared. 2 old zombie guards and 4 refined corpses. The 2 zombie guards were 3rd layer Martial King Realm and the 4 refined corpses were also 3rd layer Martial King Realm. However, under Lu Ming's spear light, they could not withstand a single blow. The spear light shrouded and suppressed them. The 2 zombie guards screamed and were torn apart along with the 4 refined corpses. His true essence rolled up and put away the 2 storage rings. Then, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. After a few hundred miles, a series of explosions came from the front. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming frowned and pondered for a while. Then, he walked toward the direction of the sound. 10 miles away, 2 parties were fighting. One party was obviously from the Heavenly Corpse sect. The other party had a total of 6 people. One of them was a young woman in her 20s. She was as beautiful as a flower. There were 2 other young men, and the remaining 3 were middle-aged men. But now, the 6 of them were completely at a disadvantage and were surrounded by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect had 8 zombie guards and 17 refined corpses. Their strength was far above the 6 people. Lu Ming quietly appeared not far away. He hid in a remote place and looked forward. The strongest zombie guards are 2 mid-4th layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming could tell the cultivation level of everyone present at one glance. On the Heavenly Corpse sect side, there were 2 4th layer Martial King realm kings controlling 4 refined corpses. The other corpse guards were either 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm or 2nd layer Martial Emperor realm. As for the group of 6, there was only one middle-aged man with a cultivation of the peak 4th layer Martial Emperor realm. The other 2 middle-aged men were only at the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm. As for the 2 young men and the young woman, they were all 2nd layer Martial Emperor realm cultivators. They were relying on the middle-aged man with a cultivation of the peak 4th layer Martial Emperor realm to barely resist the attacks from all directions. However, he would not be able to hold on for long on his own. Kaka, that little girl is not bad. She's so soft and tender. I'll catch her and play with her. Then I'll refine her into a refined corpse and bring her along with me every day. That would be a great joy in life, Kaka. A shriveled old zombie guard let out an ear-piercing laugh. He was one of the 2 mid-4th level Martial King zombie guards. Old ghost, don't even think about it. I'd rather die than submit. The young woman cried out with a pale face. You would rather die than submit? If you die, I can refine you into a refined corpse, hee hee. The old zombie guard let out a weird laugh. The young woman's face turned even paler. She then clenched her teeth, and lines of inscriptions appeared on her jade-like palms. With a wave of her hands, 3 battle swords danced around her body, before slashing at the old zombie guard. However, they were easily blocked by a refined corpse. What a strange way of attacking. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with curiosity. He realized that the attacking methods of the 6 people were very unique. Just like the young woman, inscriptions appeared on their palms as they controlled several mystical weapons at the same time to attack their opponents. Furthermore, the power that each spirit weapon could unleash was extremely powerful. The martial artists that Lu Ming had seen before usually used a mystical weapon in order to unleash the strongest power of their martial skills. For example, Lu Ming was able to unleash the strongest power of his spear art with a long spear. As for those who used a battle sword, they were able to unleash the strongest power of their sword art. It was Lu Ming's first time seeing someone controlling several mystical weapons at the same time. However, although the method of controlling the mystical weapons was mysterious, the difference in strength was too great. They were no match for the 6 people. Not long after, 2 middle-aged 3rd layer Martial King realm men were injured and vomited blood. Big brother, take the young lady and break out of the encirclement. We'll hold them off here. One of the men yelled at the peak 4th layer Martial King realm man. That's right, nothing can happen to the young lady. The other man also yelled. No, we'll leave together. The young woman yelled. Hee hee, you want to leave? How is that possible? Today, none of you will leave. The old zombie guard sneered. Big brother, quick, take the young lady and break out of here to find reinforcements. One of the men continued to yell. All right. The 4th layer Martial King realm man clenched his teeth and madly charged in one direction, while yelling, Young lady, follow me, break out. Trying to break out? In your dreams, deal with that guy with all your strength. The old zombie guard sneered as he controlled the refined corpse to pounce at the man without fear of death. At the same time, the other 4th layer Martial King realm zombie guard also controlled the refined corpse to pounce at the man. The man controlled 4 sabers at the same time and slashed wildly, but it was useless as they were all blocked. Damn it! He let out a furious roar, his voice filled with despair. Kaka, don't even think about escaping. Little beauty, serve this old man obediently. If you serve this old man well, this old man might be merciful and not refine you into a refined corpse. The old zombie guard sneered. Old bastard, go to hell. The young woman was in despair as she clenched her teeth and attacked the old zombie guard. However, she was easily blocked by a third-layer Martial King Realm refined corpse. The zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect did not seem to be in a hurry to kill them. It teased the young woman and the others like a cat playing with a mouse. Oh, I see. Lu Ming glanced to the east and west as a cold grin appeared on his face. He discovered that there were auras hiding in the east and west. Although the auras were very weak, Lu Ming could still sense them. The auras were all from the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. They're trying to attract the young woman's reinforcements and catch them all in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. However, the strongest aura among them is only at the 5th layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming let out a cold grin as he no longer concealed himself and walked out in large strides. Who's there? As soon as Lu Ming walked out, the zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect noticed Lu Ming and yelled. Of course it's the one who's here to kill you. Lu Ming sneered. Hee hee, little bastard, you're alone? You're courting death. The old zombie guard let out a strange laugh. At this moment, the young woman and the others also looked at Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming was alone and was so young, they were immediately disappointed. Young hero, leave quickly, don't worry about us. The young woman yelled. Lu Ming was alone. If they did not leave, they would also be killed. Beauty, it's okay. I'll leave after I kill these monsters of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming smiled brightly at the young woman. Chapter 551. Brat, you're talking big. Kill him. The old zombie guard waved his hand. Immediately, a third-layer Martial King zombie guard controlled a third-layer Martial King refined corpse to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked the zombie guard away. It flew at least 1,000 meters and hit a cliff, almost breaking it. It lay there motionless. Everyone was dumbfounded. A third-layer Martial King refined corpse was destroyed by Lu Ming with a kick. Was it still a refined corpse with copper skin and iron bones? When did it become so fragile? 4th layer Martial King, you're a 4th layer Martial King. The old zombie guard yelled. They were shocked that he had reached the 4th layer Martial King at such a young age. The eyes of the young woman and the others also lit up. With one more 4th layer Martial King Lesser Success King, they might have a chance to rush out. Little brother, come and help me. Let's rush out together. The man at the peak 4th layer Martial King yelled. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him. He said with a smile, why rush out? Just kill them. After saying this, Lu Ming walked toward the old zombie guard step by step. Brat, so what if you're a 4th layer Martial King? You want to kill me? In your dreams. The old zombie guard roared and immediately controlled a 4th layer Martial King zombie guard to attack Lu Ming. 5 or 6 black iron chains pierced toward Lu Ming. There was a faint smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He stretched out his hand and grabbed 5 to 6 iron chains. Then, he activated the thunder essence and shook his arm. Sizzle, a huge force of thunder and lightning followed the iron chains and blasted toward the 4th layer Martial King refined corpse. Bang! The refined corpse was directly burned into charcoal by the force of thunder and lightning. At this moment, the old zombie guard's face changed. His dry and pale face turned pale and his eyes flashed with shock. How could he so easily defeat a 4th layer Martial King realm refined corpse? How was that possible? This young man's combat strength was too strong. As for the young woman and the others, their eyes lit up. Perhaps they would be saved today. You are a DT Divine Guard, you are a genius among the DT Divine Guards. The old zombie guard shouted. To have such a cultivation base and battle prowess at such a young age, he could only be a top genius among the DT Divine Guards. You guessed right. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kakik, it's worth it to be able to kill a genius from the Tian Divine Guard today. Do it. The old zombie guard sneered, then suddenly roared, his voice spreading far and wide. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, a deafening sonic boom echoed from the east and west as coffins flew over one after another. On each side, there were more than 20 coffins. In total, there were more than 50 coffins in both directions. Ambush, there's an ambush. At this moment, the faces of the young woman and the others were as pale as paper, and they were filled with despair. Young hero, leave quickly. Don't worry about us. The young woman shouted. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This young lady was kind-hearted. However, this was already within Lu Ming's expectations. More than 50 zombie guards. Fortunately, I still have a lot of soul-sealing crystals on me. When I seal their souls and bring them back, they will all be rewards. Lu Ming thought to himself. The rewards for sealing the souls of the Heavenly Corpse sect zombie guards were not limited to the scaled demon plane. It was the same in other places. As long as one killed the zombie guards, sealed their souls, and brought them back, there would be rewards. Young hero, leave quickly. Seeing Lu Ming standing still, the young woman became anxious. It's too late to leave now. The old zombie guard sneered. Whoosh! The coffins flew above everyone's heads from 2 different directions. They were so dark that they blocked the sunlight in the sky. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming stomped on the ground and his figure soared into the sky, dashing toward the high altitude. He wants to escape, stop him. The old zombie guard shouted. Several iron chains flew out from one of the coffins and wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and sent them flying. Lu Ming rushed into the sky. Escape? Who wants to escape? Lu Ming's indifferent voice came out. In the next moment, Lu Ming looked down and took a step. After taking a step forward, he took another step forward. Boom! 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 Lu Ming took 3 steps in a row. 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, 3 steps in a row. Boom! The whole world seemed to be about to explode. An incomparably terrifying force violently rushed towards the coffins. Bang! 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 More than 50 coffins exploded as if they were made of paper. Several figures appeared from the coffins. Some of the zombie guards with weaker cultivations directly exploded, dying tragically on the spot. Some of the stronger zombie guards also spat out large mouthfuls of blood. 10,000 dragons kill. As the 3 intents gathered, Lu Ming's spear shuddered and fired at least a few hundred spear glows, which transformed into a few hundred tricolor dragons that lunged at the zombie guards. Ah! Cries of agony could be heard. Regardless of the zombie guards' cultivation level, they were all unable to resist the attacks. Their bodies were torn apart by the tricolor dragons, and their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. For a moment, only some of the stronger refined corpses remained in the air, as motionless as a log. More than 50 zombie guards were killed in an instant. Below, everyone was stunned, no longer fighting. They just stood there, staring blankly at the sky, completely petrified. Heavens, more than 50 zombie guards, including more than 10 4th-layer and 5th-layer martial emperors, were killed in an instant. Not a single one managed to escape. What kind of strength was that? Was he a greater success emperor? But, a greater success emperor at such a young age? How many were there in the Tianxian region? The crowd could not wrap their heads around it. Ah! Monster! Monster! Run! Run! After a while, the old zombie guard came to his senses and screamed in fear. He frantically ran to one side. But swoosh! A spear glow fell from the sky and nailed him to the ground. Swoosh! 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 Then, spear after spear fell and nailed the other zombie guards to the ground, leaving none alive. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 50 soul-sealing crystals flew out. They sealed the souls of all the zombie guards and stored them away. There are only so many soul-sealing crystals left. If we kill more zombie guards, there won't be any left. Lu Ming sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have bought more soul-sealing crystals. After storing them away, Lu Ming moved and appeared beside the young woman and the others. Greetings, Lord Divine Guard. Apart from the young woman, the others quickly bowed to Lu Ming. Such a young and powerful D. Tian Divine Guard must have a high status in the D. Tian Divine Palace. Naturally, they were respectful. No need to be so polite. I just happened to pass by. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the D. Tian Divine Guard are mortal enemies. Since I saw you, I naturally won't let you go. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lord Divine Guard, you are so powerful. Your name is Xian Xiang. May I know your name? The young woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Ming. It was her first time seeing such a young and powerful genius. I am Lu Ming. Chapter 552. Master Lu Ming, you're so powerful. The geniuses of our crafting sect are nothing compared to you. Xian Xiang looked at Lu Ming with sparkling eyes. Ahem. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. He coughed a few times before he came to his senses. Are you from the forging sect? Yes, my father is the sect leader of the crafting sect. Xian Xiang had no ulterior motives. She said it directly. She stared at Lu Ming curiously. Ahem, miss, please mind your manners. The burly man reminded her. Mind what? Master Lu Ming is one of us. Xian Xiang chuckled. Lu Ming smiled as well. This Xian Xiang was obviously a young lady who had no experience and was not scheming. Miss Xian Xiang, everyone, I'm going to the crafting sect to look for your sect leader. Lu Ming said. You're going to the crafting sect to look for my father? That's great. Let's go together. Xian Xiang's eyes lit up. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. The others were also overjoyed. With Lu Ming with them, they had nothing to fear from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Then, the group of people went on their way to the north. Sir Lu Ming, you are really amazing. You are so powerful at such a young age. How did you cultivate? Master Lu Ming, you're so powerful. What's your rank in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards? How many geniuses like you are in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards? Master Lu Ming, do you have a girlfriend? Why don't I introduce one to you? I'll introduce myself. Hee hee, I'm just kidding. Master Lu Ming, I heard that Xingxingchen is the #1 genius in the Tianxian domain and is on the list of top 1,000 talents. How do you compare to him, Master Lu Ming? Have you seen him before, Master Lu Ming? Along the way, Xian Xiang followed by Lu Ming's side, her mouth rattling, asking non-stop. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and cast a pleading look at the others beside him. However, they all revealed helpless expressions and turned their heads away, pretending that they did not see anything. Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. After flying for hundreds of miles, Xian Xiang asked at least dozens of questions. At this moment, Lu Ming's reinforcements arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! In front of them, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. More than 50 people were flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Every one of them had a strong aura. They were obviously experts. The leader was a young man in a white robe. It's Xian Zhong. A burly man at the side said. Soon, more than 50 people arrived. Xiang Xiang, are you all right? The young man in the lead looked at Xian Xiang with concern and asked. Humph, it would be strange if we were fine. If it were up to you, we would have died long ago. Why did you come so late? Xian Xiang curled her lips and snorted coldly. Xian Zhong's face changed and said, Did you guys meet someone from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Nonsense, of course we met. If it wasn't for Master Lu Ming, you wouldn't be able to see me. Let me introduce you guys. This is Master Lu Ming, a DT Divine Guard. Master Lu Ming is a peerless genius. Those corpse guards were killed by Master Lu Ming in a few moves. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful genius. Xian Xiang stood beside Lu Ming and introduced him to everyone with a look of admiration. However, she did not see that a trace of coldness flashed in Xian Zhong's eyes. DT Divine Guard? Xiang, he really is a member of the DT Divine Guard. Don't be fooled by him. Maybe he was sent by the Heavenly Corpse sect to get close to you. You also know that people from the Heavenly Corpse sect have been appearing more frequently around the weapon forging sect recently. Xian Zhong looked at Lu Ming unkindly and said coldly. You're talking nonsense. Master Lu Ming is so powerful. He must be a genius among the DT Divine Guards. Moreover, he killed so many corpse guards in a few moves. If he's from the Heavenly Corpse sect, how could he kill so many corpse guards? Moreover, those disgusting fellows from the Heavenly Corpse sect are all so ugly. How could they be as good-looking as Master Lu Ming? Xian Xiang retorted loudly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly at the side. Xian Xiang was really naive and innocent. Xian Zhong was obviously interested in Xian Xiang, but Xian Xiang still praised Lu Ming. Didn't this make Xian Zhong even more unhappy? As expected, Xian Zhong's face became even gloomier. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, right? Now that I've arrived, we're going back to the weapon forging sect. Please leave. In other words, he wanted Lu Ming to leave. Hey, Xian Zhong, why are you like this? What's with your attitude? Master Lu Ming saved me before. Moreover, he's going to the weapon forging sect to see my father. He can go back with us. Xian Xiang's face darkened and she said unhappily. He's going to the weapon forging sect too. No, what if he has evil intentions? Xian Zhong said with a gloomy face. This is my Divine Guard token. Do you want to take a look? Before Xian Zhong could finish his words, Lu Ming interrupted him and took out his Divine Guard token. Lu Ming was going to the weapon forging sect to ask for the 1,000 refined blood gold. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Xian Zhong. Seeing Lu Ming take out his Divine Guard token, Xian Zhong's face became even gloomier. The weapon forging sect was affiliated to the DT Divine Palace. Since Lu Ming was really a DT Divine Guard, Xian Zhong had no reason to stop Lu Ming from going to the weapon forging sect. I already said that Master Lu Ming is a genius among the DT Divine Guards. Someone didn't believe me. Xian Xiang snorted coldly. This made Xian Zhong's face turn even uglier. Let's go. Let's go back to the weapon forging sect. Xian Zhong waved his hand and led the way. The group continued to head towards the north. Along the way, Xian Xiang followed Lu Ming and chatted with him. From Xian Xiang, Lu Ming found out that Xian Zhong was the only son of the weapon forging sect's great elder. He was also the #1 genius among the younger generation in the weapon forging sect. He was only 28 years old and he had already reached Martial King realm lower tier. Lu Ming nodded his head. Such talent was considered top-notch even in the DT Divine Palace, where geniuses were as common as clouds. Lu Ming could also tell that Xian Xiang had some feelings for Xian Zhong. Lu Ming naturally didn't think that Xian Xiang liked him. Xian Xiang was just a simple-minded girl who worshipped experts. When she saw a genius like Lu Ming for the first time, she naturally admired him and was curious about him. However, she didn't like him. In front of them, Xian Zhong's face turned gloomier when he saw Xian Xiang and Lu Ming chatting happily. Murderous intent constantly flashed in his eyes. They chatted as they hurried on. Soon, they had covered a distance of 10,000 miles. A huge and majestic mountain appeared in front of them. This was the weapon forging sect. Following Xian Xiang, they entered the weapon forging sect without any obstructions and arrived at the peak of the mountain. Miss Xian Xiang, young Master Xian Zhong, you are back. The sect master and the elders are having a meeting in the meeting hall. I'll inform them about it, a white-haired old man said as he appeared in front of them. All right. Grandpa Zhang, please inform my father that Lu Ming, the D. Tian Divine Guard of the D. Tian Divine Palace, has something to discuss with him. Xian Xiang nodded her head. Oh, all right. Chapter 553. Not long after, the white-haired elder returned. Miss Xian Xiang, the sect master has asked you to enter. The elder said. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xian Xiang, and Xian Zhong followed the elder into the hall. As for the others, they dispersed. They followed the elder and passed through several checkpoints before arriving at a large hall. There were 8 people sitting in the hall. Sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with a square face. He was extremely burly. Father. Xian Xiang called out with a smile as soon as she came in. This burly man was the sect master of the crafting sect, Xian Long. I heard that you were attacked by the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. How are you? Are you all right? You little girl, I told you not to run around but you didn't listen. Xian Long stood up from his seat and walked down. He looked at Xian Xiang carefully and scolded her with a smile. Obviously, Xian Long had received the news that Xian Xiang and the others had encountered the corpse guards. Father, I'm blessed with good fortune. I have a benefactor to help me. What are you afraid of? Come, let me introduce you. This is Lu Ming, a peerless genius among the D. Tian Divine Guards. Those zombie guards are powerless in the hands of Lord Lu Ming. Be it novice kings, all of them are useless. Xian Xiang pulled Xian Long's arm and said with a smile. Then, she looked at Lu Ming and introduced him to Xian Long. Xian Long and the others smiled. They did not pay much attention to Xian Xiang's words about Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming looked like he was in his 20s. Even if he was a genius among the divine guards, how strong could his cultivation be? How strong could his combat strength be? It was already amazing for him to reach the 4th level Martial King realm. In their opinion, Xian Xiang was innocent and rarely went out. She was just a little excited to see a decent genius. However, Lu Ming was after all a divine guard. There were still some rules that could not be ignored. Xian Long cupped his fists and said, Little brother Lu Ming, thank you for saving us this time. You're welcome, Sect Master Xian. It's just a small matter. Lu Ming returned the gesture. I heard that you have something to ask me. What is it? Xian Long said. Sect leader Xian, it's like this. Elder Huang asked me to come. Lu Ming did not beat around the bush. He took out the small pagoda that Elder Huang had given him. Elder Huang. At this moment, not only Xian Long, but the expressions of the others in the hall also changed slightly. It really is Elder Huang. Xian Long sized up Lil Pagoda, his face filled with respect. He couldn't help but think more highly of Lu Ming. According to what he knew, this pagoda was Elder Huang's keepsake. He wouldn't easily give it to others, but now he had given it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's position in Elder Huang's heart wasn't low. Elder Huang has done me a great favor, and even the weapon forging sect owes him a great favor. It's a pity that he hasn't come to the weapon forging sect for more than 20 years. May I ask why you've called this little brother here? Xian Long asked in a much more polite tone. It's nothing major. Recently, Elder Huang has been wanting to forge a spirit weapon and is lacking materials. He called me here to see if I can ask the sect master for a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming said. 1,000 refined blood gold. Xian Long and the others' expressions changed once again. 1,000 refined blood gold. You want 1,000 refined blood gold? Impossible, we can't give you 1,000 refined blood gold. A voice rang out. It was Xian Zhong. At this moment, Xian Zhong's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Lu Ming with hostility and said, Brat, do you know how precious 1,000 refined blood gold is? We don't even have enough people in the crafting sect. The entire crafting sect can only forge one piece of 1,000 refined blood gold in a few years. Who do you think you are to ask for 1,000 refined blood gold? Don't even think about it. Xianzhong, shut up. What's with your attitude? How dare you speak to little brother Lu like that? Xianlong shouted, glaring at Xianzhong with rage. Sect Master, Xianzhong was startled by Xianlong's anger and kept his mouth shut. Little brother Lu is here on Elder Huang's request. What is a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold? Little brother Lu, a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold is not a problem. Xianlong said. Sect Master, there's only one piece of 1,000 refined blood gold left in the sect. You said it was for me. How can you give it to him now? Xianzhong shouted again. That's right. At this moment, a man in his 50s with a long beard stood up and said, Sect Master, since we said it was for Zhong, it belongs to him. We can't just give it to him because of Elder Huang's words. If Elder Huang wants it, that's fine. We'll forge another piece of 1,000 refined blood gold in a few years and I'll personally give it to Elder Huang. This man with a long beard was the crafting sect's grand elder and also Xianzhong's father, Xian Yuan. Xianlong frowned and said, Elder Huang has not only shown great kindness to me, but also to all of you. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. We haven't repaid his kindness for many years. Since Elder Huang has spoken, it must be urgent. There's no reason to refuse. I've already made up my mind. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold will be given to little brother Lu. As for Xianzhong, we'll wait a few years. No, Sect Master, I refuse to accept this. Xianzhong shouted, who knows where this brat came from? Who knows if he was sent by Elder Huang? Even if he was, who does he think he is? How can he take my 1,000 refined blood gold? Impossible, I refuse. Xianzhong, that piece of 1,000 refined blood gold isn't yours yet. Father only said that he wanted to give it to you, but that was only on purpose. Xianxiang glared at Xianzhong. Xiang, you, even you. Good, very good. Xianzhong repeatedly said good before turning to Lu Ming with a sinister expression. Brat, I don't care who you are or who sent you here. Treasures belong to the strong. If you want the 1,000 refined blood gold, fine, but we'll have to see how capable you are. I heard that you're very strong. Come, let's fight. If you can beat me, I'll give the 1,000 refined blood gold to you. Lu Ming bitterly smiled. He didn't expect that a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold would cause such a commotion. It seemed that the 1,000 refined blood gold was more precious than he had imagined. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed and said, Brother Xian, there's no need for a fight. How about this, I'll buy the 1,000 refined blood gold with spirit crystals. How about that? Buy it with spirit crystals? Fine, I'll sell it to you as long as you take out 10 million spirit crystals. Xianzhong sneered. Xianlong frowned at his words. Lu Ming also frowned. Xianzhong. Xianxiang glared at Xianzhong and said, You're clearly making things difficult for him. How can a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold cost 10 million spirit crystals? Xianzhong clenched his teeth and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. What? Brat, you don't have spirit crystals and you don't dare to fight? What genius of the Empyrean Divine Guards? Bullshit. All you can do is trick Xiang. Show your true colors now. In my opinion, Elder Huang must be lying to you. Lu Ming frowned. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't speak, Xianzhong became even more aggressive and said, Brat, kneel down and apologize. Then get lost and I'll forgive your crime of deceit. Enough. Xianzhong, little brother Lu has Elder Huang's token. It can't be fake. In the Tianxian region, if Elder Huang isn't willing, no one can obtain his token. Chapter 554. Sect Master, in my opinion, the reason why Elder Huang called a young man here is to test him. Let the young people settle their own matters. We shouldn't interfere. Xian Yuan said. All right. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. He looked at Xian Zhong and said, since you want to fight, I'll keep you company. All right, I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's fight outside. Seeing that Lu Ming had accepted the challenge, Xian Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and he strode outside. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Xian Long let out a sigh and walked out of the hall with the other elders. That Xian Zhong is really despicable. Xian Xiang snorted. Outside the hall was a spacious square that was perfect for a fight. Lu Ming and Xian Zhong stood opposite each other. Brother Xian, how about we stop when it's appropriate? Lu Ming said. After all, he was the one who came to the blacksmith sect to ask for the 1,000 refined blood gold. Therefore, Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. Stop when it's appropriate? Hee, on the battlefield, swords have no eyes. If you're afraid, quickly admit defeat. Xian Zhong's aura was imposing. Lu Ming frowned again. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, Xian Zhong's aura exploded. At the same time, inscriptions appeared on his palm. With a wave of his hand, a total of 5 spiritual weapons appeared. These 5 spirit weapons were all different from each other. There were 2 battle swords, a saber, a spear, and a dagger. Kill! Xian Zhong shouted and pounced on Lu Ming. At the same time, the 5 spiritual weapons also charged at Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! The 5 spiritual weapons came from different directions and slashed at Lu Ming's vital points. Their attacks were swift and vicious. It didn't seem like a spar, but a battle. Lu Ming frowned. His figure swayed, avoiding a few spirit weapons and appearing in another direction. Trying to dodge. You wish. Die. Xian Zhong's eyes were filled with vicious killing intent. He waved his hands and the 5 spirit weapons continued to attack Lu Ming at lightning speed. The weapon forging sect's method of controlling weapons was truly wondrous. Lu Ming executed his movement technique, wanting to dodge. At this moment, Xian Zhong revealed a ruthless expression and shook his sleeve. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 sharp piercing sounds could be heard. More than 10 sharp steel needles flew out from Xian Zhong's sleeves and pierced Lu Ming's eyes at lightning speed. Xian Zhong, you're despicable. Xian Xiang shouted. Damn it! Xian Long roared in anger. However, it was too late for him to save Xian Long. At this moment, Xian Long was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have directly given Lu Ming the 1,000 refined blood metal and allowed Lu Ming to return to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. If Lu Ming died in Xian Zhong's hands, he really didn't know how to explain it to Elder Huang. Don't push your luck. At this moment, Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Boom! Following which, a terrifying aura exploded from Lu Ming's body. A huge spear radiance shot out from Lu Ming's body and soared into the sky. When the steel needles came into contact with the spear radiance, they exploded and turned into iron powder. Boom! Lu Ming waved his hand and the huge spear radiance swept towards Xian Zhong. Bam! Bam! The 5 spiritual weapons were sent flying a few thousand meters away by the spear radiance. The huge spear radiance continued towards Xian Zhong. Xian Zhong was completely stunned. In front of Lu Ming's terrifying aura, he was like a pitiful worm. Stop! Grand Elder Xian Yuan shouted from the side. However, would Lu Ming care about him? Bam! The spear radiance struck Xian Zhong's body and sent him flying. He slid a few thousand meters on the square and spat out blood from his mouth. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had purposely held back and only used 10% of his strength. Otherwise, Xian Zhong would have been blasted into nothingness. Zhong, Xian Yuan rushed over to check on Xian Zhong's injuries. Such powerful combat strength. He is only at the early stage of LV4 Martial King realm, but his combat strength should be at the late stage of LV5 Martial King Realm or even the peak of LV5 Martial King Realm. Not bad. He is so young and yet he has such cultivation and combat strength. No wonder he is a genius among the Tian Divine Guards. Xianzhong's defeat is justified. The elders of the blacksmith sect discussed and exclaimed. Xianzhong was also at the early stage of LV4 Martial King Realm, but he could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. If they knew that Lu Ming had only used 10% of his strength, what would their expressions be? Humph, I told you that Lu Ming is a peerless genius, but Xianzhong did not listen. Now he is beaten. Xianxiang snorted and walked over to check on Xianzhong. Xianzhong's injuries were not serious. He stood up and looked at Lu Ming in shock. But deep in his eyes, there was a trace of murderous intent, but he hid it. All right, since little brother Lu has won, the 1,000 refined blood gold belongs to little brother Lu. Xianlong announced. He then looked at Lu Ming and smiled. Little brother Lu, the 1,000 refined blood gold is still in the demonic beast blood pool. If you want to take it out, you will have to wait until tomorrow. How about you stay in the blacksmith sect for a night and I will give you the 1,000 refined blood gold tomorrow? No problem. Thank you, Sect Master Xian. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Xianlong then asked someone to arrange a room for Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, let me show you around. There are some interesting places in the blacksmith sect. Xianxiang smiled. All right. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. The blacksmith sect was indeed a great blacksmith sect. There were places and secret rooms for blacksmithing everywhere. Lu Ming followed Xianxiang and wandered around with great interest. As for Xianxiang, she was also chattering away. Her curiosity was very strong, asking non-stop. Since young, Xianxiang had always been active in the area around the blacksmith sect. She had never left the sect, so she was very curious about the outside world. Lu Ming also had a good impression of Xianxiang. Although Xianxiang was a few years older than Lu Ming, she was like a naughty little sister in front of Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming would briefly talk about the things that could be said. Lu Ming only left Xianxiang in the evening and returned to his residence. Then, he entered the Temple of Paragon and placed the Enlightenment ancient tree beside him. Lu Ming continued to comprehend the concept of wind. In the blacksmith sect, 3 figures sat in the Grand Elder's living room. One was the Grand Elder, Xian Yuan, and the other was Xianzhong. The last one was a burly man in his 30s. Father, I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely kill that little bastard Lu Ming. Xianzhong roared and his eyes were filled with hatred. Don't worry. I don't care if that little bastard is Elder Huang's man. He must die. Xian Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. Father, when are we going to carry out the plan? Xianzhong asked. You've finally thought it through? Are you going to carry out the plan? Xian Yuan asked. I was reluctant to let that bitch Xianxiang go. But now, that bitch has only seen that little bastard Lu Ming for a short while, and she's already flirting with him. Damn it, all of them deserve to die. Chapter 555. It's good that you've thought it through. How can you be held back by personal feelings when doing great things? Xian Yuan nodded and continued, the Heavenly Corpse sect only used 300 years to expand to its current strength. In my opinion, it won't be long before the Heavenly Corpse sect's strength surpasses the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. If the Weapon Forging sect and Emperor Sky Divine Palace are tied together, the Heavenly Corpse sect will be destroyed sooner or later. How can we die with the Weapon Forging sect? Right now, the Heavenly Corpse sect has set their sights on a treasure in the Weapon Forging sect. They will take action soon. At that time, we will cooperate with the Heavenly Corpse sect and defeat the Weapon Forging sect together. We will be the heroes of the Heavenly Corpse sect. How many more days will it take? But Lu Ming, that little bastard, will leave after taking the 1,000 refined blood gold tomorrow. Xianzhong said. How about this? After Lu Ming leaves tomorrow, ask your senior brother to go with you. We will kill Lu Ming on the way and take back the 1,000 refined blood gold. Xian Yuan said. Yes, master. The strong man in his 30s replied. Good. Senior brother's cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th martial king realm. With senior brother's help, it will be more than enough to kill Lu Ming. Xian Zhong laughed. Then, they started to conspire again. The night passed quickly. The next day, Xian Long sent someone to pass on a message. Considering that Lu Ming had been in Tianxian City for a long time, the 1,000 refined blood gold might lose some of its spirituality if it was not used for a long time. Therefore, Xian Long and the rest planned to inscribe a layer of seal on the 1,000 refined blood gold to seal the spirituality of the 1,000 refined blood gold so that the spirituality of the 1,000 refined blood gold would not be lost due to time. Therefore, it would take some time. It would probably be done in the evening. Lu Ming nodded. He did not mind and continued to wait. Sure enough, in the evening, Xian Long asked someone to bring Lu Ming to the meeting hall. When he arrived at the meeting hall, he saw Xian Long and Xian Xiang. There were only the two of them here. Little brother, sorry to keep you waiting. That's the 1,000 refined blood gold. Xian Long smiled and pointed to the center of the hall. Sect Master Xian, you're too polite. Lu Ming said and looked at the center of the hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a piece of dark red metal. This piece of metal had been polished into a perfect square, with a length, width, and height of about 1/2 meter. On the surface, there were lines that looked like the growth rings of a tree. There were more than 1,000 of them. On the surface of the 1,000 refined blood gold, there was a layer of glowing inscriptions. It must be the inscription array that Xian Long and the others had set up to prevent the loss of its spirituality. This was 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming walked over and picked it up. His expression changed slightly. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold was incomparably heavy. Little brother, the 1,000 refined blood gold is forged using a secret technique of the weapon refining sect. It needs to be tempered 1,000 times, and each time, precious metals and the blood essence of demonic beasts are added. The entire process takes 3 years. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold weighs 999,900 kilograms. Xian Long smiled proudly. Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold weighed almost 1,000,000 pounds. Moreover, the process was so complicated, which showed how precious it was. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude once again and put the 1,000 refined blood gold into his interspatial ring. Lord Lu Ming, if you have time in the future, come visit the weapon refining sect more often. I still have many questions to ask you. Xian Xiang said with some reluctance. Okay. Lu Ming smiled. Girl, all you think about is going out and adventuring. You don't know how dangerous the outside world is. Xian Long scolded with a smile. Sect Master Xian, Miss Xian Xiang, take care of yourselves. If you have the chance, come find me in Profound Heaven City. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bid farewell to Xian Long and Xian Xiang. He then left the weapon refining sect and flew towards Profound Heaven City. Lu Ming finally obtained the 1,000 refined blood gold. He couldn't wait to return to Profound Heaven City and enter seclusion to comprehend the concept of wind. As long as his concept of wind reached lesser success, it would reach a balance with the concepts of lightning and fire. Then, his cultivation could continue to increase. Flying as fast as lightning, tens of thousands of miles passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ghastly white saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed and he dodged the saber light. 2 figures appeared in front of him. They stepped on the air and walked towards him. Xian Zhong. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. One of them was Xian Zhong. The other was a strong man in his 30s. Hee, Lu Ming, let's see where you can run now. Die, the 1,000 refined blood gold is mine. Xian Zhong sneered. Xianzhong, you really don't give up. I originally wanted to spare your life for Xianxiang's sake, but you just had to come and die. Lu Ming's gaze also turned cold. Shameless boasting. My father sent my senior brother here. You're dead. Also, don't mention that bitch Xianxiang in front of me. Speak, did something happen between you two? That bitch is a bitch. And that old man Xianlong, in 2 days, I want them all dead. All dead. Xianzhong's expression was extremely ferocious. Lu Ming's expression changed as he snapped, what are you going to do to sect leader Xian and the others? Hee, what am I going to do? Let's talk about it when you're in the underworld. Senior brother, kill him. Xianzhong roared. Bang! Bang! The burly man stepped on the void, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. Every step he took in the void produced a clattering sound. Peak 6th layer Martial King Realm. Lu Ming was startled. Huh, Lu Ming, my senior brother has reached the peak 6th layer Martial King Realm. He's only one step away from breaking through to the greater success stage. You're strong, but are you comparable to my senior brother? Die. Xianzhong laughed excitedly. Die. The strong man yelled as his muscles bulged and he slashed out with his saber. The saber light was mighty, slicing the air in half and stirring up gusts of wind. In the blink of an eye, the saber light was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At that moment, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and was placed above his head. Clang! The saber light collided with the spear and a powerful force was emitted. However, Lu Ming's body remained motionless like an ancient sacred mountain. You, Xianzhong, and the strong man's expressions changed drastically. Peak 6th layer Martial King Realm? Hee. Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward with the long spear in his hand. Mountain-splitting slash. The strong man roared as he unleashed his full strength and slashed out again. This slash was twice as powerful as the previous one. This was the strongest attack the strong man could muster. However, in the next moment, he was in despair. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear and the saber light shattered into nothingness. Oh no, junior brother, run. The strong man's expression darkened as he yelled. Whoosh! Lu Ming merged with his spear and performed the extreme Dao strike. The spear light flashed and blood spurted out. The strong man's forehead was pierced through. Then, a devouring force erupted and devoured the strong man's blood essence. No, how could this be? Xianzhong almost burst into tears as he ran toward the crafting sect. Chapter 556. With his cultivation, there was no way he could escape. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind Xianzhong. The spear struck Xianzhong's shoulder. Xianzhong's body fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! Suddenly, a crater with a diameter of tens of meters appeared on the ground. Xianzhong was lying in the crater, blood spurting out of his mouth. Lu Ming appeared beside the crater and looked at Xianzhong coldly. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you to let me go. Xianzhong struggled to get up and begged. He was trembling in fear. Now, his life was in Lu Ming's hands. He felt like he was drowning in endless fear. You said that Sect Master Xian and the rest would die in 2 days. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked coldly. No, nothing. I was just talking nonsense. Xianzhong shook his head. You don't want to talk? Then you can die. Lu Ming was stunned. Killing intent surged out of him. No, wait. I'll talk. Xianzhong screamed. Lu Ming looked at him coldly. Cold sweat dripped down Xianzhong's face. The Heavenly Corpse sect wants to steal a treasure from the crafting sect. That treasure is with Xianlong. My father has already contacted the Heavenly Corpse sect. In 2 days, we'll launch a surprise attack on the crafting sect. What? You colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming was shocked. I'll talk. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. Xianzhong looked at Lu Ming anxiously. Now, he only wanted to save his life. He did not care about anything else. I'll let you go. Go plead with Sect Master Xian and the rest. Lu Ming waved his hand and True Yuan entered Xianzhong's body, sealing his True Yuan. Then, he carried Xianzhong and flew to the blacksmith sect. Xianzhong's face was pale and he was terrified. Soon, he arrived at the blacksmith sect. Someone wants to kill me. Someone wants to harm the blacksmith sect. Just then, Xianzhong shouted crazily. In the silent night, his voice could be heard far away. Who is it? Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, several dozen experts flew out from various parts of the crafting school. Deacon Pang, this brat wants to kill me. He wants to steal our sect's treasures. Xianzhong shouted, his face flashing with a sinister look. It's Xianzhong. What? Brat, you're courting death. The weapon refining sect's people furiously roared and attacked Lu Ming. Get out of the way. I have no ill intentions. I have something important to discuss with sect leader Xian. Lu Ming shouted. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's up to no good. Kill him. Xianzhong shouted. He had thrown caution to the wind. When he saw Xianlong and the others, he wouldn't be able to live. He might as well take a gamble now. As long as the weapon forging sect killed Lu Ming, he might still have a chance to live. Kill. The people from the weapon forging sect charged towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. Scram! Lu Ming roared. With a sweep of his spear, several experts from the weapon forging sect were sent flying. Lu Ming moved and rushed towards the depths of the weapon forging sect. Save me! Xianzhong shouted. Shut up. If you shout again, I'll kill you. Lu Ming shouted. Go ahead. We're going to die anyway. Kill me. Xianzhong made up his mind and shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then, another group of people rushed towards them. This time, there were more than 10 people and they were all martial kings. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to explain and sent them flying. Soon, he was near the meeting hall of the weapon forging sect. Bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, a cold bellow was heard. Immediately after, a few extremely sharp attacks slashed toward Lu Ming. They were 2 sabers. Father, save me. Xianzhong was overjoyed when he heard the voice. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and swept his spear to block the attack. However, his body shook violently and he couldn't help but retreat 1,000 meters. Greater success, King. Lu Ming's face changed. Xian Yuan appeared in front of him with a few spiritual weapons floating beside him. Xian Yuan's face was extremely cold. He rushed towards Lu Ming at lightning speed without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, the 2 sabers turned into 2 cold bolts of lightning and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, 3 spears appeared in a flash and pierced through the void towards Lu Ming. The moment he made his move, he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Xian Yuan had a bad feeling when he saw Xianzhong in Lu Ming's hands. He had to kill Lu Ming quickly. 1,000 dragons kill. With a shake of his spear, hundreds of tricolor true dragons roared and flew out. On average, there were nearly 100 tricolor true dragons pouncing on each spiritual weapon. Break! Xian Yuan shouted coldly as he controlled the spiritual weapons. A terrifying aura burst out from the spiritual weapons. Bang! Bang! The tricolor true dragons exploded one by one and turned into nothingness. The 5 spiritual weapons continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his spear tightly to block the 5 spiritual weapons. Clang! 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 Although the 5 spiritual weapons were blocked, the terrifying force tore through Lu Ming's defense and almost tore his body apart. He was pushed back a few thousand meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. A greater success. King Realm Level 7 Martial King is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. He had already sensed that Xian Yuan's cultivation was Level 7 Martial King. Still not dead? Kill! Xian Yuan shouted angrily. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his expectations. Xian Yuan, if you want your son to die, keep attacking. Lu Ming blocked Xian Zhong in front of him and shouted. Father, father, save me! Xian Zhong screamed in fear. Xian Yuan's expression kept changing. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold and there was a flash of determination. He waved his hands and the 5 spirit weapons turned into 5 bolts of lightning and charged toward Lu Ming. 2 of the spiritual weapons went straight for Xian Zhong. No, no! Xian Zhong shouted. How cruel! You even killed your son to silence him. Lu Ming's expression changed. He used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and retreated quickly. Stop! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Several spiritual weapons tore through the air and collided with Xian Yuan's spiritual weapons. Clang! Clang! The violent collision resounded in the sky. Xian Yuan's spiritual weapons were bounced back. A figure appeared in the sky. It was Xian Long. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind Xian Long were other elders of the crafting sect, including Xian Xiang. Master Lu Ming? What's going on? Xian Xiang was confused when she saw Lu Ming and Xian Zhong in Lu Ming's hand. Sect leader, Lu Ming, that little bastard, broke into the crafting sect and tried to kill Zhong. Luckily, I found him. I suggest we attack now and kill him. Xian Yuan shouted with a cold look in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Xian Yuan, you've done something wrong. Are you afraid that I'll say it, so you want to kill me? Lu Ming laughed. Kid, what are you talking about? Die. Chapter 557. However, Xian Long moved and stood in front of Xian Yuan. I believe Brother Lu wouldn't attack Xian Zhong for no reason. Why don't we listen to what's going on? Let's get to the bottom of this. Xian Long said. Sect leader. Xian Yuan panicked. Alright, that's enough. Xian Long waved his hand. The coldness in Xian Yuan's eyes intensified. He knew that he could not kill Lu Ming with Xian Long's help. Stealthily, he gave one of the elders a look. That elder nodded slightly, and then slowly retreated, disappearing into the darkness. No one noticed. Brother Lu, what's going on? Xian Long looked at Lu Ming and asked. Yes, Master Lu Ming, what's going on? How is Xian Zhong? Xian Xiang asked as she looked at Xian Zhong in Lu Ming's hand. Sect Master Xian, before I left the crafting sect, I ran into this Xian Zhong and one of his senior brothers. They tried to kill me on the way. Lu Ming said. What? Xian Zhong, how dare you? Xian Long roared. Xian Zhong, you, how could you do such a thing? Xian Xiang also looked at Xian Zhong with disappointment. Xian Zhong lowered his head. His eyes were full of disappointment, but he didn't say anything. Nonsense, you bastard. You're the one who wanted to kill Zhong. Xian Yuan shouted again. Shut up, old man. You're brainless, but do you think others are brainless too? I barged in from the outside and everyone saw it. Based on what you're saying, I barged in first and took Xian Zhong away. Then, I brought Xian Zhong out and barged in from the outside so that you could stop me? Lu Ming shouted. You, Xian Yuan's face turned red. He just wanted to pin a crime on Lu Ming. He did not expect there to be so many loopholes. He could not bring himself to say anything. Xian Yuan, are you the one who ordered this? Xian Long's face turned ugly as he looked at Xian Yuan. Wait a minute. Sect leader Xian, killing me on the way is just a small matter. Just now, I heard something from Xianzhong that is a big matter. Lu Ming shouted. Hearing this, Xian Yuan's expression changed drastically and he slowly stepped back. Oh? Something big? What is it? Xian Long asked. Grand Elder Xian Yuan has already colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect. In 2 days, he'll join forces with the Heavenly Corpse sect to take down the crafting school. Lu Ming shouted. These words were like rolling thunder, exploding in the minds of everyone in the crafting school. What? What did you say? Xian Long's face was filled with disbelief. The others also looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. This was too shocking. Sect leader Xianzhong said it himself. Lu Ming said. Nonsense. Venomous slander. Sect leader, Lu Ming is trying to drive a wedge between us. I suggest that we kill him immediately. Xian Yuan roared. Xian Yuan, you still dare to quibble? But you're really ruthless. You even wanted to kill Xianzhong just to shut me up. He's your biological son. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he said to Xianzhong, do you still want to help such an unscrupulous father hide it? When the Heavenly Corpse sect takes down the crafting school, everyone you know will die. What's the point of living then? Also, there's nothing between me and Xianxiang. On the contrary, she told me that she likes you, but you always misunderstood her. Lu Ming's words made Xianzhong tremble slightly. He raised his head and looked at Xianxiang. Xianzhong, what's going on? Tell me. Xianxiang shouted. Xianzhong's eyes flickered. Then, he looked at Xian Yuan and said, Father, let's stop. We've made great contributions to the crafting school for generations. I believe that the sect leader and the elders will forgive us. Let's stop. Xianzhong's words were like thunder. Everyone looked at Xian Yuan in unison. Xian Yuan, how dare you? Xian Long roared, his hair and beard fluttering. Bastard, you're so useless. You can't achieve great things because of your personal feelings. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you. Xian Yuan looked at Xianzhong coldly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and sneered, little bastard, you ruined my plan. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Yuan retreated hastily. Oh no, he's leaving. Lu Ming shouted. Stay. Xian Long roared and chased after Xian Yuan. Xiang, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Xianzhong shouted. Xianxiang looked at Xianzhong with disappointment. Then, her face turned cold and she said, this time, if it wasn't for Lord Lu Ming, you and your father would have colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect and attacked the crafting school. How can I forgive you? Xianxiang turned her head and did not look at Xianzhong. Xianzhong was in despair. Clang. Clang. At this moment, Xian Long and Xian Yuan had already exchanged a blow. Xian Yuan retreated quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, there were sounds of something breaking through the air around the crafting school. Pitch-black coffins appeared all around the crafting sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect is attacking. The Heavenly Corpse sect is attacking. There were shouts and screams from all directions. Ha ha ha, now, you're all going to die. Xian Yuan laughed maniacally. Damn it, activate the array, activate the array. Xian Long roared. However, in the next moment, there were explosions and screams around the crafting school. Ah! Ah! At the scene, several elders suddenly moved to assassinate the other elders of the crafting school. In an instant, those several elders were killed on the spot. You, Xian Long roared, his eyes spitting fire. Obviously, these people had all betrayed the crafting school. Huh, Xian Long, I've been in the crafting school for many years. How can there be no one? Xian Yuan sneered. Traitor, traitor, kill them. The crafting school was in chaos. There were shouts and screams. At this moment, the coffins of the Heavenly Corpse sect opened and zombie guards flew out. They rushed into the crafting school and started a war. In an instant, the crafting school was engulfed in the flames of war. Xian Yuan, you deserve to die. Xian Long roared and pounced on Xian Yuan. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Xian Yuan roared and started a war with Xian Long. Both of them were Martial King Realm Greater Success Kings. The battle was intense. Xian Long, hand over the dark steel heavy sword and I'll leave your corpse intact. An old zombie guard wearing a black robe silently appeared not far away and said coldly. So you want the dark steel heavy sword? You want to go to the ancient desolation city? Xian Long seemed to have thought of something and his face changed. Hee, hand over the dark steel heavy sword. I know it's in your storage ring. The old zombie guard roared. Brother Lu, take Xiang away. Chapter 558. Leave? I still want her blood as a guide. How can I let her go? Capture that girl for me. Be careful, don't kill her. The old zombie guard waved his hand. Immediately, several zombie guards controlled the refined corpses to charge at Xianxiang. Kill! Xianxiang roared and controlled several spirit weapons to charge at the zombie guards. At this moment, Lu Ming threw Xian Zhong onto the square of the forging sect. With a flash of his figure, he dashed toward a few zombie guards and refined corpses. With a sweep of his long spear, the few zombie guards exploded one after another. Kill that brat! The old zombie guard shouted, and more zombie guards rushed toward Lu Ming. There were at least 10 zombie guards with 20 refined corpses. Iron chains covered the sky and wrapped around Lu Ming and Xianxiang. Go! Lu Ming pulled Xianxiang and retreated, avoiding the entanglement of the iron chain. At this moment, there were battles everywhere. There were battles between the Forging Sect disciples and the Sky Corp Sect's zombie guards. There were also internal conflicts within the Forging Sect. Damn traitor! Lu Ming saw that on the square below, an angry Forging Sect disciple chopped off Xian Zhong's head. In the end, Xian Zhong died in the hands of the Forging Sect disciple. Xianxiang also saw all of this. She bit her red lips, and her eyes were red. She didn't make a sound. Capture that girl. Around them, a group of zombie guards controlled the refined corpses and charged toward Lu Ming and Xianxiang. Why do they want to capture Xianxiang? Just now, Sect Master Xian shouted about the ancient desolation city. Could it be the ancient desolation city in the eastern part of the profound heaven continent? Lu Ming's mind raced. Whoosh! A battle sword pierced through the void and cut off the heads of 5 or 6 zombie guards. It was Xian Long. He controlled the battle sword to help Lu Ming and Xianxiang. Lu Ming, take Xiangxiang with you. Hurry and go to Tianxian City. I'm counting on you. Xian Long shouted. In the Forging Sect, only Xian Long and Xian Yuan were kings. The other elders were all kings. None of them had the strength of Lu Ming. At this moment, Xian Long could only ask Lu Ming for help. All right. Lu Ming agreed. He pulled Xianxiang and quickly retreated. No one can leave. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of iron chains pierced through the air, entangling towards Lu Ming and Xianxiang. Scram! Lu Ming bellowed, and a 1,000-meter-long spear light swept out. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The spear light was penetrated by the iron chain, and the iron chain continued to wrap around them. Great success, Monarch. Lu Ming's heart trembled. That was definitely a great success, king-level refined corpse. With me here, you want to leave? How is that possible? Hee. Behind him, a middle-aged zombie guard was controlling 2 refined corpses. They emitted a terrifying aura as they pressed towards Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Xianxiang shouted. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Xian Xiang and rushed in another direction. However, the iron chain had blocked all paths of retreat. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming exchanged a few blows with it. His body shook violently, and blood spilled out of his mouth. With his current combat strength, there was still a gap between him and a great success king. Just as there was a divide between the 3rd and 4th level martial king realm, there was also a divide between the 6th and 7th level martial king realm. The 7th level martial king realm belonged to the great success king realm. Their combat strength was 2 levels higher than the 6th level martial king realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The iron chains flew across the sky, attacking Lu Ming continuously. Clang! Clang! At this moment, 2 battle swords flew over and knocked the iron chain away. It was Xian Long who was controlling the swords to help. Xian Long, how dare you be distracted while fighting with me? You're courting death. Xian Yuan shouted coldly, and his battle weapon flew out. Xian Long was hit by Xian Yuan's spear, which pierced a bloody hole in his shoulder. If Xian Long had not dodged in time, it would have pierced his heart. Father! Xian Xiang was shocked and worried. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the middle-aged zombie guard appeared behind Lu Ming and grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly turned around and stabbed out with his spear. The middle-aged zombie guard was also a great success king realm 7th level martial king realm. Although the zombie guard's combat strength was not strong, he was still stronger than Lu Ming. Bang! With one blow, Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. Not good. Lu Ming could not help but let go of Xian Xiang's hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, several iron chains wrapped around Xian Xiang and pulled her far away. He, I got the girl. Now I need the dark iron heavy sword. The old zombie guard sneered. He was also a great success king realm expert, and he was controlling the refined corpse to kill the elders of the crafting sect. The elders were killed by his refined corpse one after another. Xiang Xiang! Xian Long roared and controlled 3 swords to cut at the iron chains that wrapped around Xian Xiang. However, the refined corpse that wrapped around Xian Xiang was a great success king realm expert. How could Xian Long save her? The iron chains flew out and knocked the 3 swords away. You dare to be distracted? Die! Xian Yuan revealed a cold smile. Xian Yuan took advantage of Xian Long's distraction and attacked fiercely. Whoosh! This time, one of Xian Long's arms was chopped off by Xian Yuan. Xian Long roared like a mad lion. I got the storage ring. Xian Yuan was overjoyed and threw Xian Long's arm to the old zombie guard. Dad, Dad! Xian Xiang anxiously roared in the distance. Bang! Lu Ming sent several lesser success king realm refined corpses flying with his spear and charged towards Xian Long. Kid, you want to save her? Die! The middle-aged zombie guard controlled a refined corpse and blocked Lu Ming's path. Die my ass! Dandan, smash! Lu Ming patted Dandan. Shwa! Dandan flew out and rapidly enlarged, smashing toward the middle-aged zombie guard's face. Bang! The middle-aged zombie guard could not dodge at all and was directly smashed in the face. Ah! He screamed as his face was almost smashed. He frantically retreated while controlling the refined corpse to block in front of him. What a meticulous plan. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. Originally, he wanted to use Dandan to ambush and kill a greater success king realm zombie guard. However, this zombie guard immediately controlled the refined corpse to block in front of him, so he did not have the chance. Lu Ming dashed past them and towards Xian Long. At this moment, Xian Xiang was surrounded by a bunch of refined corpses. Even if he wanted to save her, it was already too late. At this moment, Xian Long was in danger. One of his arms was chopped off, so he was not Xian Yuan's opponent at all. Bang! Lu Ming's aura was like a rainbow. He was simply invincible under the greater success king realm. No zombie guard or refined corpse could stop him. This kid is courting death. The old zombie guard's eyes were cold as he controlled a Greater Success King Realm refined corpse to charge toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he himself also charged toward Xianlong. Not good. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming became one with his spear and turned into a spear light. The refined corpses and zombie guards in front of him were all sent flying. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared not far from Xianlong. However, at this moment, the old zombie guard and Xian Yuan had already surrounded Xianlong. Xianlong was already at a disadvantage. Now that he was surrounded, he was instantly hit and his body was covered in blood. Dandan, smash! Lu Ming shouted. Die. Chapter 559. Bam! Dandan hit Xian Yuan first. Xian Yuan screamed miserably. Even though he was a grand completion king, his face was smashed into pulp by Dandan's attack. How could Xianlong let go of this opportunity? Traitor, die! Xianlong controlled 3 swords and slashed at Xian Yuan. Clang! Clang! Xian Yuan only managed to block 2 of the swords in his panic. He couldn't block the third one. Puff! The third sword cut off Xian Yuan's head. A Greater Success King was killed just like that. But at the same time, the old zombie guard's claw pierced through Xianlong's chest and grabbed his heart. Damn it! Dandan, smash! Lu Ming roared and smashed Dandan at the old zombie guard's face. The old zombie guard screamed and quickly retreated, but it was still smashed by Dandan, smashing it beyond recognition. Shwa! Lu Ming rushed over, grabbed Xianlong, and quickly broke out. At the same time, his true Yuan swept Xian Yuan's corpse into the Temple of Paragon. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming swept out his spear, and the refined corpses were sent flying. Lu Ming continued to rush out. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! I want him to die. The old zombie guard screamed and controlled the Greater Success King refined corpses to surround him. This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect had taken action in advance. Only 2 of their king-level masters had come. There were no king-level masters blocking Lu Ming's path. Without a Phenomenal Success King, no one below the Phenomenal Success King level would be able to withstand Lu Ming's attack. The refined corpses were sent flying like sandbags. Extreme Dao Strike. In the end, Lu Ming unleashed an extreme Dao attack and dashed out 5 miles away. He then took a deep breath and circulated his true Yuan. He took a step and appeared 10 miles away. Chase! Chase! The old zombie guard roared and controlled the Greater Success King refined corpses to chase after him. However, Lu Ming used the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps and instantly disappeared. A few minutes later, Lu Ming had rushed out nearly 10,000 miles. Puff! Xianlong kept coughing up blood, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Lu Ming chose a secluded place, landed, and placed the profound dragon on the ground. Little brother Lu, I beg you, you must save Xiang Xiang. Xianlong coughed up blood as he spoke. His heart had been crushed, and he had relied on his powerful physical body and profound cultivation to stay alive. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have died from such injuries. Sect leader Xian, let me heal you. Lu Ming placed his palm on Xianlong's back and a majestic true energy flowed into Xianlong's body. Lu Ming's true essence was the battle dragon's true essence, which was extremely effective. After a while, Xianlong's face regained some color. Little brother, don't waste your Zhen Yuan. Your heart has already exploded, and there's nothing you can do. Little brother, let me tell you a few things. Xianlong panted. Sect leader Xian, please speak. Lu Ming said. If I'm not wrong, the Heavenly Corpse sect must have taken the Xian family's dark iron heavy sword and kidnapped Xiang Xiang. They must have gone to the ancient Desolation City in the east, opened the ancient Desolation Tomb in the ancient Desolation City, retrieved the corpses in the tomb, and refined them into peerless corpses. They must have gone to the east. Little brother, I beg you, help me save Xiang Xiang. After speaking, Xian Long struggled to kneel before Lu Ming. Sect leader Xian, what are you doing? I promise you, I will save Xiang Xiang. Lu Ming said firmly. Good, that's good. Little brother, this storage ring was given to me by Xiang Xiang's mother. Can you pass it to her on my behalf? Xian Long took off his storage ring and passed it to Lu Ming. Don't worry, sect leader Xian. Lu Ming means what he says. Lu Ming took the storage ring and kept it. Sect leader Xian, what's your relationship with the ancient Desolation City? Lu Ming was curious. Lu Ming remembered that the peerless genius of the ancient Desolation City, Xian Feng, also had the same surname as Xian Long. The Xian family of the blacksmith sect used to be a branch of the Xian family in the ancient Desolation City. There were 2 dark iron heavy swords in the Xian family. It was said that once the 2 dark iron heavy swords were combined and the ancient Desolation tomb was opened, it would be a disaster for the Xian family. So, 10,000 years ago, our branch left the ancient Desolation City with the dark iron heavy sword and came here to prevent the 2 dark iron heavy swords from combining. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Corpse sect knew about it. They will definitely bring Xiang Xiang to the ancient Desolation City to get the other dark iron heavy sword. Once the ancient Desolation tomb is opened, the Xian family will be finished. Xian Long explained. Xian Long's life force was getting weaker and weaker. There was nothing he could do. Little brother, I'll leave Xiang Xiang to you. In the end, Xian Long uttered his final words. His life force dissipated, and he died. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. He dug a hole at the side and buried the mystic dragon. However, he did not leave a tombstone. If the Heavenly Corpse sect found the tombstone, they would probably refine the corpse into a corpse. Don't worry, sect leader Xian. Since I've promised, I'll do my best to fulfill it. Lu Ming cupped his fists and flew into the sky. He retracted his aura and flew back to the blacksmith sect. Quick, take everything you can. Quick. Lu Ming heard shouts as he approached the blacksmith sect. Lu Ming flew into the sky and looked down. However, he did not see any trace of Xian Xiang. Not only that, he did not even see the 2 greater success king zombie guards. Where did they take Xian Xiang? Lu Ming pondered. After a while, some zombie guards flew towards the north. Lu Ming followed them from a distance. They flew towards the north for at least a few 100,000 miles. There was a huge mountain filled with smoke in front of them. The zombie guards all flew into the mountain. Lu Ming stopped a few 100 miles away. He did not dare to go any further. He guessed that it was one of the Heavenly Corpse sect's bases in the Tianxian domain. There were definitely many experts there. If he got too close and was discovered, he would be in danger. Lu Ming found a secluded place and hid himself. Could Xian Xiang have been brought here? Or has she left for the east? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. Whatever. I'll wait here for 2 days. If I don't see Xian Xiang, I'll head east. Dandan, stay here and keep watch. Let me know if anything happens. I'll cultivate first. Lu Ming placed Dandan on the ground and entered the Temple of Paragon. Xian Yuan's corpse was on a platform in the Temple of Paragon. Lu Ming did not want to waste the essence blood of a greater success king. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and devoured Xian Yuan's essence blood. Lu Ming took off Xian Yuan's storage ring and waved his hand. A wisp of flame appeared and burned Xian Yuan's corpse to ashes. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began refining Xian Yuan's essence blood. The essence blood of a greater success king was too dense. Lu Ming used it all to strengthen the 9 dragons' bloodline. Chapter 560. A new silver chakra appeared. 7th chakra, 7th level king class bloodline. After refining so much blood essence, the 9 dragons' bloodline finally rose to the 7th grade of king class. 7th level king class bloodline was the same level as Xian Yanqing's bloodline. It had surpassed most of the geniuses in Tianxian domain. It was said that the bloodline of the Saint Star was above 7th level king class. Other than him, no one else in Tianxian domain had reached 7th level king class. Hoo, the 9 dragons bloodline opened its mouth and inhaled. The devouring power was terrifying. The power of devouring has increased by 2 times. Now, even a greater success king would be affected by the power of devouring. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, the devouring power of the 9 dragons bloodline had greatly increased after reaching 7th level king class. I wonder what kind of changes will happen after I advance to the divine bloodline. Lu Ming thought. It was said that the divine bloodline had incredible power. It was mysterious and terrifying. Martial artists had the chance to awaken their bloodline for the 3rd time after reaching the Sea of Spirit realm. Martial artists had 3 chances to awaken their bloodline in their life. However, not every martial artist could awaken their bloodline for the 3rd time. The 3rd bloodline awakening was completely different from the previous 2. It was not fixed, but random. It depended on one's comprehension, luck, and talent. Some martial artists awakened their bloodline at the 1st level of the Sea of Spirit realm, some at the 2nd level, and some at the 3rd level. Some even at the Spirit Embryo realm. Most people would never be able to awaken a 3rd bloodline in their entire lives. The probability was terrifyingly low. Out of 10,000 martial artists who reached the Sea of Spirit realm, only 1 could awaken their 3rd bloodline. However, once the 3rd bloodline was awakened, it would be terrifying. This was because the 2nd bloodline of those who could reach the Sea of Spirit realm was usually above 3rd level king class. The 3rd bloodline would definitely be higher than the 2nd bloodline. Some people could even awaken their divine bloodline and soar to the sky. However, Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline. Even if he couldn't awaken his 3rd bloodline, his 2 bloodlines could become divine bloodlines in the future. He was looking forward to it. Let's see what's happening outside. Lu Ming walked out of the Temple of Paragon. Dandan's body was flashing, but it didn't seem to be moving. Continue to wait. What's that? At this moment, Lu Ming saw a few light spots flying toward the east from the mountain in the distance. However, they were too far away. Given Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see them clearly. Let's go to the east. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and headed toward the east. After about 10,000 miles, Lu Ming. It's Xian. From afar, Lu Ming saw more than 10 zombie guards and dozens of refined corpses. The woman in the middle was Xian Xiang. These corpse guards didn't hide in the coffins, as if they were afraid of causing unnecessary trouble along the way. After all, Xians, or not, so many. Lu Ming couldn't see through at least 3 of the zombie guards. They were all kings in the Great Accomplishment stage. There were at least 6 kings in the Great Accomplishment stage. This wasn't something that Lu Ming could fight against. Lu Ming could only follow them from afar and wait for an opportunity to attack. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was very cautious. Even when they were resting, there would be a king in the Great Accomplishment stage guarding Xian. Lu Ming couldn't attack at all. Just like that, more than 10 days passed. They were getting closer and closer to the east. The ancient Desolation City had always been mysterious in the east of the Tianxian domain. It was said that the ancient Desolation City didn't belong to this world and wasn't built by the people of this world. Instead, during the ancient times, the ancient desolate city fell from the sky. There was a strange aura in the ancient Desolation City. Other martial artists couldn't cultivate or raise their cultivation in the city. Only the Xian family members could cultivate in the ancient Desolation City. Therefore, other than the Xian family members, no one else lived in the ancient Desolation City. The Xian family didn't have many people in the ancient Desolation City, but they were all peerless geniuses. Today, there weren't only people from the Xian family in the Xian family's meeting hall. There were also people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Fire Palace Master, Earth Palace Master, and Thunder Palace Master were all in the ancient Desolation City's meeting hall. Apart from them, there were also some protectors from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. They were all powerful people. Recently, more and more people from the Heavenly Corpse sect have appeared in the east of the Tianxian domain. Could it be that the Tianxian branch palace in the central region is at a disadvantage? The Earth Palace Master said. Especially the ancient Desolation City. There are Heavenly Corpse sect's corpse guards coming to harass us. Therefore, the Palace Master sent us to help. The Thunder Palace Master frowned. Could it be that the Heavenly Corpse sect's target is the ancient Desolation Tomb? Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man whose eyes were like lightning. At this moment, he spoke with a frown. This person was the ancient Desolation City's city master and also the Xian family's family master. Beside him stood a youth. It was Xian Feng. Ancient Desolation Tomb? The Thunder Palace Master and the others were puzzled. According to our Xian family's ancient records, the ancient Desolation City descended from another world. The ancient Desolation Tomb is where the corpses of unparalleled experts are buried. Our Xian family's ancestor entered the ancient Desolation Tomb by chance and merged with a drop of blood from one of the corpses. That's how he was able to cultivate in the ancient Desolation City. I suspect that the Heavenly Corpse sect wants to open the ancient Desolation Tomb and seize the corpses. The Xian family's family master said. There's actually such a thing? The Earth Palace Master, Thunder Palace Master, and the others were dumbfounded. In the past, they thought that it was just a rumor. Then we can't let the Heavenly Corpse sect succeed. If the Heavenly Corpse sect really obtains the corpses of unparalleled experts and refines them into refined corpses, it will be a great catastrophe. The Earth Palace Master said. Don't be afraid. It won't be easy for them to open the ancient Desolation Tomb. They need 2 keys. Our ancient Desolation City only has 1 key. The other key was taken away by another branch of the Xian family 10,000 years ago. The ancient Desolation City's city master said. That's good. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief. A few days ago, the Heavenly Corpse sect would occasionally attack. But these few days, the Heavenly Corpse sect has gone into hibernation. I wonder what their goal is? The Fire Palace Master said. No matter what their goal is, we just need to prepare our defenses. The Thunder Palace Master said. After that, the crowd continued to discuss for a while before dispersing one by one. Only the ancient city master was still frowning. Feng, if anything happens, you must escape. Your life is more important. Do you understand? The ancient city master instructed. Father, Xian Feng wanted to say something but stopped. Remember, our Xian family can't end here. This time, I have a bad premonition. The ancient city master said. Chapter 561. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Early in the morning, there were sounds of something breaking through the air. There were at least 1,000 coffins flying towards the ancient Desolate City from all directions. Not good, the Heavenly Corpse sect has launched an attack. There are so many coffins. A scream came from the ancient Desolate City and spread throughout the city. Prepare to meet the enemy. The ancient Desolate City Lord appeared in the air and ordered loudly. In the ancient Desolate City, there were at least a few thousand people running. Whoosh. Whoosh. More than a dozen figures appeared beside the ancient Desolate City Lord. They were the Thunder Palace Lord, Fire Palace Lord, and some other experts from the ancient Desolate City. What's going on? Why did the Heavenly Corpse sect launch an attack today and send out so many people? The Earth Palace Lord roared, full of doubts. Perhaps the person the Heavenly Corpse sect is waiting for has arrived. The ancient Desolate City Lord sighed. What do you mean the person they are waiting for has arrived? Who are they waiting for? Everyone was puzzled. Over 1,000 coffins opened, and corpse guards appeared in the air, carrying refined corpses. Ancient Desolate City Lord, hand over the black iron heavy sword and let us open the ancient Desolate's tomb. We can consider letting you go. An old zombie guard sneered. Dream on. Even if you get my black iron heavy sword, you can't open the ancient Desolate's tomb. The ancient desolate city lord said. Really? Do you think we don't know? We have already investigated clearly. There are 2 keys to the ancient desolate's tomb. If we don't get them, why would we attack? Bring them here. The old zombie guard waved his hand and a zombie guard appeared with a beautiful young woman. This woman was Xian Xiang. This is the descendant of the Xian family that left 10,000 years ago. We have already gotten the key. As long as the 2 keys are combined, we can open the ancient desolate's tomb. Hand over your black iron heavy sword. The old zombie guard sneered. The ancient desolate city lord's face was extremely ugly. You want me to hand it over? Impossible, unless I die. The ancient desolate city lord roared. Stubborn. Since that's the case, kill. The old zombie guard waved his hand. The zombie guards controlled the refined corpses and charged towards the ancient desolate city lord. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Thousands of guards controlled more than 2,000 refined corpses to attack the ancient desolate city. Although the ancient desolate city's Xian family did not have many people, they still had several thousand. Together with the reinforcements from the heavenly god palace, they engaged in an intense battle with the heavenly corpse sect. Boom! Boom! The Thunder Palace Master, the Fire Palace Master, the Earth Palace Master, and the Ancient Desolation City Master all released powerful auras that were as dazzling as 4 small suns. With a wave of his hand, flickering lightning and blazing flames spread out in all directions. Dozens of refined corpses were instantly torn apart. Hee 4 9th layer martial kings. Good, after killing them, I can refine another 4 powerful refined corpses. A sneer was heard. Then, 4 figures pounced toward Hallmaster Lei and the others. Among the 4 figures, 2 of them were gigantic demonic beasts. They were demonic corpses, and their bodies exuded a powerful aura. 2 of them were human corpses, but they wore armor and held spears as they charged towards the Thunder Palace Master and the others. These 2 refined corpses were completely different from the other refined corpses. The Thunder Palace Master and the others did not dare to be careless and engaged in a fierce battle with these refined corpses. For a moment, it was a draw. Ah! Ah! Screams could be heard from all over the ancient desolate city as people were killed. Lu Ming was hiding on a mountain peak outside the ancient desolate city. So many experts. I didn't expect the heavenly god palace to send a few palace masters. Including the original strength of the ancient desolate city, there are 8 great perfection kings. Lu Ming pondered as he sensed the auras in the distance. Apart from the 3 palace masters, the heavenly god palace also had 2 great perfection kings. As for the ancient desolate city itself, it also had 3 great perfection kings. However, the heavenly corpse sect had clearly come prepared. They had sent more than 8 great perfection kings. Including the refined corpses they controlled, their strength was clearly above the ancient desolate cities. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he would not be of much use if he participated. I'll wait and see. I'll take the opportunity to save Xian Xiang. Lu Ming made up his mind. He hid there, retracted his aura, and remained motionless. As time passed, the battle became even more intense. People were constantly being killed in the ancient desolate city, and the smell of blood permeated the entire city. As for the Thunder Palace Master and the other great perfection kings, they were under even more pressure. Apart from the 4 refined corpses from before, there were even more refined corpses attacking them. Immediately, they were at a disadvantage. Charge! Let's join forces and charge out. The Thunder Palace Master roared. No, if we charge out, everyone else will die. Moreover, the ancient desolate tomb cannot be opened. The ancient desolate city master roared. At this time, we can't care so much. If we don't charge out, we will all die. The Thunder Palace Master roared. He regretted taking on this mission. However, the ancient desolate city master and the Fire Palace Master did not listen to him. Damn it! The Thunder Palace Master roared. With a wave of his hand, thunder rumbled and struck forward. The two refined corpses attacking him were forced back. He then charged forward, wanting to break out of the encirclement. You actually ran away. The Fire Palace Master roared. A bunch of fools. Who is willing to stay here and die? The Thunder Palace Master sneered and charged forward. However, Shio. Iron chains appeared and two powerful refined corpses appeared, blocking the Thunder Palace Master's path. Behind him, the two refined corpses charged forward. There was no way out. Ah, damn it. The Thunder Palace Master roared and was forced back. I have already sent a message to the Palace Master to ask for reinforcements. As long as we can hold on for an hour, the Palace Master will be able to arrive. The Fire Palace Master shouted. There is a way. We can retreat to the edge of the ancient desolate tomb. Our Xian family has been inscribing inscription arrays around the tomb for generations. After so many years, the inscription arrays there have become quite powerful. We can retreat there and activate the inscription arrays. We can definitely hold on for an hour. The ancient desolate city master said. Alright, let's do that. The Fire Palace Master and the Earth Palace Master both agreed. The Thunder Palace Master helplessly followed them and charged into the ancient desolate tomb. Gather. We will retreat to the ancient desolate tomb together. The ancient desolate city master roared as he retreated. He gathered the remaining members of the Xian family and retreated to the ancient desolate tomb together. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect tried their best to stop them. There were killings everywhere and not many people could shake off their opponents to join them. In the end, only a few hundred people rushed to the edge of the ancient desolate tomb. Activate the array. The ancient desolate city master roared. His eyes were filled with pain. Once they activated the array, the people in the other parts of the ancient desolation city would only die. However, they had no choice but to do so now. Chapter 562. A light screen appeared in front of the city master of the ancient desolation city. Boom. Those powerful refined corpses were constantly attacking the light barrier. The light barrier was constantly trembling, but it didn't break. It firmly blocked the attacks. Damn it, attack. A greater success. King Zombie Guard roared and ordered the other zombie guards to control the refined corpses to attack. However, the inscription array was extremely strong and couldn't be broken in a short period of time. City Lord of the ancient desolate city, are you so heartless as to hide inside and watch your clansmen get killed? An old zombie guard appeared and sneered. Ah. Miserable cries could be heard all around. They were all from the Xian family. Kiki, the ancient city lord, clenched his teeth and tears welled up in his eyes. Ah, damn it. The other Xian family members, such as Xian Feng, who had entered the array, stared outside with red eyes. Don't kill those Xian family members yet. Take them down and kill them here. The old zombie guard ordered. Soon, the Xian family members were injured and brought to the ancient city lord's tomb. City Lord, save us. Some of the more cowardly ones begged. However, the ancient city lord clenched his fists and didn't say a word. It was said that once the ancient city lord's tomb was opened, there would be a disaster. Kill. The old zombie guard ordered. Whoosh. The iron chain was like a long spear that pierced through the Xian family members and killed them all. Ah, damn it. Xian Feng and the others roared. Soon, more Xian family members were brought in and killed. Not only the Xian family members, but even the Fire Palace Lord and the others were furious. Open the inscription array and hand over the black iron sword. Then, we can spare their lives. The old zombie guard sneered. Don't even think about it. The ancient city lord roared. His eyes were red and filled with killing intent. Alright, continue to kill. Then, more Xian family members were brought in. Father, save me. A loud shout came from a beautiful girl in her 20s. Min-er. The ancient city lord shouted. Ha ha ha, so this is your daughter. Good, good. City lord of the ancient desolation city, I wonder what it would be like for you to watch your daughter copulate with a hero of the heavenly corpse sect in public? I'm really looking forward to it. You, go and take off her clothes. I'll leave this cushy task to you. The old zombie guard pointed at a pale-faced middle-aged zombie guard. Thank you, elder. The middle-aged zombie guard was overjoyed. His eyes shone with a lustful light as he walked towards the beautiful woman. No, don't come over. Despair filled the beautiful woman's face. Bastard, you damned bastard. The Fire Palace master roared. Kill. Xian Feng roared and was about to rush out, but he was slapped back by the city lord. Remember, don't let them enter the desolate ancient tomb. Guard it with the great formation and wait for rescue. The city lord of the ancient desolation city scolded Xian Feng. Then, his eyes turned cold and he dashed out of the formation towards Xian Min, father. Xian Feng roared. Hee, you're finally willing to come out? Take him down. The old zombie guard waved his hand and a few greater success kings controlled the refined corpses to attack the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Kill. The city lord of the ancient desolation city emitted a blazing light. He slashed down with his battle sword and the middle-aged zombie guard was cut in half. The sword chi slashed out and a refined corpse of the martial king realm was cut in half. The city lord of the ancient desolation city's aura was much stronger than before. A secret technique that burns one's essence, chi, and soul. Do you want to die? The old zombie guard roared. The city lord of the ancient desolation city burned his essence, chi, and soul. It was a secret technique of the Xian family. His battle strength skyrocketed, but he would definitely die in less than 10 minutes. Follow me. I'll bring you out. The city lord of the ancient desolation city said to the beautiful woman. He grabbed her hand and dashed out. Stop him. The old zombie guard roared. Immediately, the experts among the zombie guards attacked. 5 refined corpses that were equivalent to martial king realm cultivators charged towards the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Get out of my way. The city lord of the ancient desolation city held his sword with one hand and his aura was shocking. He slashed out and a martial king realm corpse was sent flying. It was almost cut in half. The city lord of the ancient desolation city's battle strength skyrocketed after using the secret technique that burned his essence, chi, and spirit. He was infinitely close to a peak king realm cultivator. The sword chi swept out and several martial king realm corpses were sent flying. There were even 7 or 8 zombie guards that were swept by the sword chi and killed. The city lord of the ancient desolation city rushed out with Xian Min, back off. Let's work together to control the dragon corpse. The old zombie guard roared. Whoosh, a huge coffin flew down from the sky. This coffin was hundreds of meters long and more than 50 meters wide. It pressed down on the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Break. The city lord of the ancient desolation city slashed out and the coffin exploded. However, a huge creature emerged from the coffin. Its winding body was hundreds of meters long and covered with scales. It had 2 horns on its head and 4 claws under its abdomen. It was the corpse of a flood dragon. Whoosh. Whoosh. At least 10 zombie guards flew onto the flood dragon corpse. Their bodies were filled with corpse chi. These 10 zombie guards were all at the peak king realm. At this moment, they were controlling the flood dragon corpse together. Roar. Suddenly, the flood dragon corpse let out a huge roar. The roar formed a huge storm that rushed toward the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Not good. The city lord of the ancient desolation city's face changed drastically. He slashed out with his sword and the bright sword chi split the storm apart. However, his body also retreated rapidly. Whoosh. The flood dragon corpse moved and its 200-meter-long body rushed toward the city lord of the ancient desolation city. At the same time, it clawed down. Its speed was as fast as lightning. The city lord of the ancient desolation city roared and slashed out with his sword. However, it was useless. The sword chi was scattered by the flood dragon claw. The flood dragon claw hit the city lord of the ancient desolation city heavily. The city lord of the ancient desolation city was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the light screen of the inscription array in front of the ancient desolation tomb and spat out blood. As for Xian Min, needless to say, she was torn apart by this attack. Ah, how could this be? The city lord of the ancient desolation city roared. He couldn't bear it. Dad, Min, Xian Feng also roared. Inside the array, everyone's faces were filled with despair. The Sky Corpse sect even had a flood dragon corpse. From the previous exchange, the flood dragon corpse was too powerful. Its battling power was unparalleled. It was probably close to the Sea of Souls realm. Could this inscription array block it? The old zombie guard waved his hand and collected a strand of Xian Min's blood. He sneered, "We have the blood of this descendant of the Xian family. All that is left is the black iron heavy sword. Continue to attack." The old zombie guard waved his hand. Roar. The flood dragon corpse continued to attack. The city lord of the ancient desolation city tried his best to block out the attack. However, the difference was too great. He was beaten until he spat out blood. All of the bones in his body were broken. He laid on the ground and his chi was weakening rapidly. "Get the hell back!" Xian Feng roared and wanted to rush out. However, he was stopped by the city lord. The old zombie guard walked to the city lord of the ancient desolation city and took the storage ring of the city lord. The next moment, a black iron heavy sword appeared in the hands of the old zombie guard. Haha, 2 keys in hand. Now, attack this array. Chapter 563. The flood dragon corpse rushed forward and bombarded the inscription array. The inscription array trembled violently like water ripples. Inside, many people revealed looks of fear. Boom! Boom! In less than 10 minutes, the inscription array let out a terrifying roar and burst. After a violent tremor, the inscription array collapsed. The inscription array was broken. Sigh, it's useless after all. The desolate city lord sighed. Then, his life was extinguished. Gather together and defend with all your strength. The fire palace lord roared. More than 100 people retreated to a corner and gathered together, cautiously staring at the people of the Sky Corpse sect. At this point, they could only fight to the death. Damn it, damn it. Am I going to die here today? The fire palace lord roared in his heart, extremely unwilling. He. The old zombie guard led a group of experts and Xian Xiang to the front of the desolate ancient tomb. They were now in a vast square in front of the desolate ancient tomb. The desolate ancient tomb was like a magnificent palace. It was hundreds of meters high and incomparably huge. Surround them first. It won't be too late to kill them after the door of the desolate ancient tomb opens. The old zombie guard ordered. Just in case, if they killed the people of the Xian family, no one would ask if there were any problems when the desolate ancient tomb was opened. With a wave of his hand, a force appeared and cut a wound on Xian Xiang's arm. A trace of blood was attracted to the old zombie guard's hand. Xian Xiang cried out and cold sweat flowed down. "You guys, guard here and stop them. You guys, follow me to open the desolate ancient tomb." The old zombie guard ordered. Immediately, a group of experts, including the flood dragon corpse, were left behind. The old zombie guard led some experts and walked towards the desolate ancient tomb. At this time, no one noticed that a figure wearing a zombie guard's black robe silently appeared behind several zombie guards. This person was of course Lu Ming. He killed a zombie guard and changed into the zombie guard's black robe. He came in from the back without being noticed by the other zombie guards. Now, the battle in the desolate ancient tomb was basically over. The Xian family had suffered a crushing defeat. Basically, all of them were dead. Only a few people in the square of the desolate ancient tomb remained. Hee hee, little girl, behave yourself. When the desolate ancient tomb is successfully opened, I'll send you on your way. ALV-7 Martial King Realm Zombie Guard grabbed Xianxiang's arm and sneered. On Xianxiang's arm, blood flowed, making her face pale. Now. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A portion of the experts followed the old zombie guards to the desolate ancient tomb. The remaining experts controlled the flood dragon's corpse and stared at the fire hall master and the others. There weren't any experts beside Lu Ming. That king who had caught the Xianxiang was the strongest. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed past several zombie guards. Then, he brazenly launched an extreme strike. The spear light turned into a streamer of light, streaking across the void like a meteor. It struck towards the zombie guard's head with peerless speed. That zombie guard never even dreamed that someone would launch a sneak attack from behind. Before it could even react, its head was pierced by Lu Ming, and it died on the spot. Phew! Lu Ming appeared beside Xianxiang and took a deep breath. He then pulled Xianxiang and soared into the sky. Who's there? Courting death. At this moment, the other zombie guards finally reacted and let out roars. Several iron chains pierced towards Lu Ming. Stay here. On the flood dragon's head, a LV-9 Martial King Realm zombie guard let out a furious roar. His figure flashed with an unbelievable speed. Before Lu Ming could even execute the 9 dragon's heaven-stomping steps, he had already closed in on Lu Ming. A mighty corpse chi was fired in Lu Ming's direction. Bang! Lu Ming thrust his spear forward with all his might, colliding with the corpse chi. However, his body was knocked back 1,000 meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming! It's Lu Ming! At this moment, the fire hall master and the others let out cries of disbelief when they saw Lu Ming's appearance. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect to see Lu Ming here. Furthermore, Lu Ming's strength was unbelievably powerful. He had managed to kill a 7th-layer Martial King Realm zombie guard with a sneak attack, and was even able to resist the attack of a 9th-layer Martial King Realm zombie guard. Although the 9th-layer Martial King Realm zombie guard had not used much of its strength in a hurry, it was still terrifying enough. Due to the delay, the surrounding zombies rushed toward Lu Ming, trying to surround him. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming dashed toward a direction where there were no experts around. The extreme Dao Strike knocked away more than 10 zombies and zombie guards. Trying to run away? Stay here. The LV-9 Martial King Realm zombie guard dashed forward and chased after Lu Ming. Attack! Break out of the encirclement. At this moment, the fire hall master let out a roar. They were trying to take advantage of the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Courting death. The zombie guards on the flood dragon yelled. They controlled the flood dragon's corpse to attack the fire hall master and the others. However, a few of them had gone to the desolate ancient tomb, and the LV-9 Martial King Realm zombie guard had chased after Lu Ming. There were only 5 of them left. It was extremely difficult to control the flood dragon's corpse, causing its movements to become slower than before. Damn it! The LV-9 Martial King Realm zombie guard could only turn around and fly toward the flood dragon's corpse to help control it. Without the pursuit of the greater success King Realm zombie, Lu Ming was unstoppable. He knocked away more than 10 zombies in a row. Master Lu Ming, how is my father? Seeing Lu Ming, Xianxiang's eyes lit up as she asked weakly. I'll tell you later. Lu Ming channeled a stream of true yuan to stop Xianxiang's bleeding and rushed out with all his strength. It seemed that Lu Ming was about to break out of the encirclement. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion could be heard coming from the direction of the desolate ancient tomb. Boom! 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 Then, a series of violent explosions could be heard, causing the entire desolate ancient city to shake violently. In the next moment, a bright beam of light shot up into the sky from the desolate ancient tomb, straight into the clouds. That is? At that moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. When the beam of light dissipated, a huge stone gate suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. This stone gate stood between heaven and earth, straight into the clouds. It was simply too huge. A vast and boundless heaven's might was emitted from the stone door. "The gate of heaven, the gate of heaven!" Lu Ming exclaimed. This huge stone gate was very similar to the gate of heaven that Lu Ming had encountered in the Qianjiang waters. Even its aura was almost the same. However, the stone gate in front of him was extremely huge, many times bigger than the gate of heaven that he had seen in the Qianjiang waters. How could this be? How could such a huge gate of heaven appear here? Whoosh whoosh, at this moment, a terrifying suction force erupted from the gate of heaven. "Oh no, I'm going to be sucked in." Lu Ming was shocked. He realized that he could not rush out. A powerful suction force was acting on him from the gate of heaven. Chapter 564. Not good. Thunder Hall Master, Fire Hall Master, and the others also rushed out frantically, but it was useless. They couldn't rush out at all. They were attracted by the gate of heaven and slowly flew towards it. Roar. The experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect controlled the Dragon Corpse to fly out, but it was useless. It was also attracted by the gate of heaven. This time, not only did the gate of heaven not erupt any treasures, but it also sucked them in. Rumble. At this moment, the ancient Desolation City shook violently. Everyone was shocked to find that the ancient Desolation City actually left the ground and flew towards the gate of heaven. The entire ancient Desolation City was about to be sucked away. It was too shocking. How could this be? How could this be? At the entrance of the ancient Desolation Tomb, the old zombie guards screamed. They had just opened the door of the ancient Desolation Tomb and this scene appeared. It was completely different from the rumors. But no matter how they struggled, it was useless. They kept getting closer to the gate of heaven. Whoosh! Suddenly, the suction force in the gate of heaven erupted violently and instantly increased by dozens of times. Lu Ming only felt an irresistible force pulling him towards the gate of heaven. On the side, Xian Xiang also followed. Everyone, including the entire ancient Desolation City, flew towards the gate of heaven at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! When Lu Ming flew into the gate of heaven, he felt the world spinning. His vision turned black and he didn't know anything. He seemed to be floating in endless darkness. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming woke up and a ray of sunlight pierced his eyes. Not good. Lu Ming suddenly got up and found himself lying in a mountain forest. Where is this? Lu Ming hurriedly looked around. There was no one around, and Xian Xiang was not by his side. All around him were huge ancient trees. However, the ancient trees around him were too huge. The 1,000-year-old ancient trees he had seen before were far inferior to these big trees in front of him. Here, any ancient tree was more than 10 meters in diameter. It was incomparably huge and went straight into the sky, blocking the sun. What is this place? Is this the world inside the gate of heaven? Lu Ming thought. What a rich heaven and earth spirit qi. Lu Ming realized that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense. Even if it couldn't be compared to Tianxian City, it wasn't too far off. One must know that the profound sky city was built on top of an enormous spiritual eye. Whatever, let's go find Xian Xiang and the others first. Lu Ming rose into the air and stood high in the sky, observing the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were ancient trees like this everywhere, extending all the way to the horizon. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Caw! Lu Ming hadn't even flown 50 miles when he heard a sharp cry. Above his head, a huge fiendish aura pressed down on Lu Ming. A huge bird charged at Lu Ming. What a big bird! Lu Ming looked up and was given a big fright. This huge bird had a wingspan of at least 50 meters, and its claws gave off a metallic luster as they swiped at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. His wind and thunder spear appeared, exploding with all his strength as he thrust his spear at the giant bird's claw. Clang! The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Sparks flew in all directions where the wind and thunder spear collided with the giant bird's claw. Lu Ming felt a huge force as heavy as a mountain rushing toward him, causing his body to fall rapidly. Whoosh! Lu Ming stepped on a branch with the tip of his foot, and a huge force was unleashed from the tip of his foot toward the big tree below. Bang! The big tree exploded, sending wood fragments flying in all directions. This huge bird is so powerful. Lu Ming felt that although this huge bird was only equivalent to the peak of the 6th-layer Martial King realm, the force it unleashed was not any weaker than Lu Ming's. Could it be a mutated beast with the bloodline of ancient divine beasts or ferocious beasts? Lu Ming was startled. Many demonic beasts possessed the bloodline of ancient divine beasts or ferocious beasts, which made them extremely powerful, far stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. The serpent dragon was a typical example, as it possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, making it extremely powerful. Any serpent dragon had the strength of a Martial King realm cultivator. The strong ones were even more terrifying. Squeak! The huge bird seemed to be infuriated after failing to kill Lu Ming with its attack. It let out a shriek and flapped its wings, causing a gust of wind to sweep toward Lu Ming once again. How bold, extreme Dao strike! Whoosh! The spear pierced through the air and penetrated the giant bird's body. Bang! Following a loud explosion, blood splattered everywhere. The spear penetrated one of the giant bird's feet. The giant bird let out a furious shriek in pain, before flapping its wings rapidly and flying into the distance. It was trying to escape. This giant bird is definitely a mutated beast. How powerful! Despite being only a 6th-layer martial emperor, it was only slightly injured by my extreme Dao strike. Lu Ming exclaimed. Previously, no one below the greater success stage of the martial emperor realm was able to resist Lu Ming's extreme Dao strike. However, this giant bird was only slightly injured. While Lu Ming was immersed in his thoughts, a shocking sight took place. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 enormous tentacles stretched out from the forest below the giant bird and wrapped around the giant bird. The giant bird let out a terrified shriek, but it was useless as it was dragged down. The next moment, the shriek came to a stop. What? What kind of monster is this? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Roar! Before Lu Ming could calm his thoughts, a shocking roar could be heard coming from the distance. Following this, Lu Ming saw a black dot dashing toward him. The black dot enlarged rapidly, which turned out to be a giant ape. The giant ape was definitely over 200 meters tall, like a mountain. Bang! The giant ape stomped its foot on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. A strong gust of wind swept the place, causing the ancient trees to explode into pieces. The giant ape reached out its hands and grabbed a giant octopus from the woods. It was obvious that this octopus was the one that had killed the giant bird. He pinched the octopus to death, then opened his mouth and bit off one of the octopus tentacles. He chewed on it a few times and swallowed it. Roar! The giant ape let out a deafening roar and stomped its feet, causing the ground to rumble. The giant ape's body shot into the distance like a cannonball, turning into a black dot and disappearing. Nest, 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 what the hell is this place? Lu Ming withdrew his aura and hid behind a large tree branch in the distance, cold sweat dripping down his back. That giant ape was too strong, infinitely close to the Sea of Spirit Realm. It had even reached the Sea of Spirit Realm. With such strength, it was already a peak overlord in the Tianxian region. It seems like I should keep a low profile in this place. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming landed on the ground and withdrew his aura. He chose a direction and ran carefully. Wasn't flying in the sky courting death? If he was discovered by a powerful demonic beast, he wouldn't even be able to fill the gaps between its teeth. Indeed, there were countless powerful demonic beasts living in this land. Lu Ming ran for about 1,000 li and encountered a dozen powerful demonic beasts. None of them were below the Martial King realm. There were even 2 that were not weaker than the giant ape from before. Is that the profound crystal pit? Chapter 566. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to find profound crystals in this place. Judging from the aura, it should be a water attribute profound crystal. Lu Ming had no use for it, but he could take it out to exchange. Without further ado, Lu Ming picked up a saber and began to dig. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, his digging speed was extremely fast. In just half an hour, he had dug out a big pit and found 30 water attribute profound crystals. Of course, they were all low-grade profound crystals. There were no mid-grade ones, but Lu Ming was already satisfied. It was just a profound crystal pit. 30 profound crystals was already not bad. Could this be a plane that no one has ever come to? Like the scaled demon plane? Lu Ming guessed inwardly. Then, Lu Ming continued to move forward. Of course, his speed was not very fast. He was afraid that he would accidentally intrude into a powerful demonic beast's territory. However, several hundred li later, Lu Ming stopped again because he found another profound crystal pit. In just a few hundred li, there was actually another profound crystal pit. Lu Ming was shocked. Moreover, this profound crystal pit was a wind attribute profound crystal. Lu Ming could use it. Without thinking too much, he continued to dig. This time, he dug out 29 profound sense crystals of the wind element. After putting them away, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the following journey, Lu Ming was shocked. There were so many profound crystals in this mountain forest. He ran for about 10,000 li and came across 9 profound crystal pits. Wind, fire, lightning, earth, a total of 7 attributes. In total, he found more than 200 profound crystals. This is simply a holy land. How many profound crystals can I find if I turn this place upside down? Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. However, Lu Ming found a problem. There were no spiritual herbs in this place. Occasionally, he saw a few stalks, but they were all grade 1 and grade 2. High-grade spiritual herbs seem to have been plucked. There's a profound crystal pit. At this time, Lu Ming found another profound crystal pit. Just as Lu Ming was about to dig, he felt a strong sense of danger. The hair on his body stood on end. Danger. Lu Ming did not hesitate. His figure soared into the sky and landed on a tree branch. Pung! A beam of sword aura flashed past and a bottomless hole appeared at the spot where Lu Ming had been standing earlier. Little bastard, your reaction is quite fast. An old man's figure appeared with a sneer. Old man, it's you? Lu Ming's eyes. This old man was the Thunder Palace Master. What? Surprised to see me? Let's see who will save you today. Thunder Palace Master's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. You think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, I have to admit that you are indeed very lucky. You were ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect midway. Everyone else is dead, but you are still alive. I thought you had died long ago. The Thunder Palace Master sneered. Could it be that you're the one who informed the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming asked. That's right, it's me. Lu Ming did not expect the Thunder Palace Master to admit it. Boom! A strong killing intent erupted from Lu Ming's body. His voice was cold as he said, Old man, I didn't expect it to be you. Earlier, when he had asked that question, it was merely a casual question to test the waters. He had never thought that it would actually be the Thunder Palace Master. He had always thought that the one who betrayed the Heavenly Corpse sect was the Xing clan. That's right, it's me. I was the one who leaked your information to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Look at how good I am. I found dozens of people to accompany you in death. Unfortunately, you didn't appreciate it. However, it's the same if I send you down now. The Thunder Palace Master sneered. Old man, I'll definitely kill you. Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the sky. This old man actually sacrificed so many Empyrean divine guards in order to kill him. He was simply insane. Kill me? Dream on. Die! The Thunder Palace Master yelled as the aura of a ninth-layer martial king burst out. With a wave of his hand, a thunderous sword appeared in his hand. Dandan, smash! Lu Ming patted Dandan. Shush! Dandan was sent flying toward the Thunder Palace Master. Buzz buzz! The Thunder Palace Master glared at Dandan with a bolt of lightning the size of an arm. However, it was useless. Dandan rushed past it and continued to smash toward the Thunder Palace Master's face. The Thunder Palace Master's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated and threw out a slap. The slap was too fast. Dandan could not dodge it. Dandan was sent flying far away. What's the use of these unorthodox skills? Die! The Thunder Palace Master yelled. Lu Ming sighed. The Thunder Palace Master's cultivation was too high. Even Dandan's sneak attack was useless. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around and ran away with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Since he was not a match for the Thunder Palace Master, he could only retreat first. Want to leave? Stay! The Thunder Palace Master bellowed furiously. Moving his body, he charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. His speed was as fast as Lu Ming's. Buzz buzz, a thunderous sword slashed toward Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust out his spear. A tricolor true dragon flew out and pounced on the thunderous sword. Puff! The thunderous sword pierced through the tricolor battle dragon and instantly destroyed it. However, the thunderous sword did not stop and continued to shoot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned solemn as he blocked with his spear. Dang! With a loud explosion, Lu Ming's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He heavily slammed into the ground and created a deep pit. Puff! Lu Ming coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body was injured. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had already comprehended the thunder concept and had already cultivated it to the late stage of first-level initial success, which offset a portion of the power of thunder and lightning, he would have been seriously injured by this move. 9th layer Martial King Realm, powerful indeed. I can't fight against him now. Run! Lu Ming did not hesitate as he rushed out of the pit and ran forward with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. I told you, you can't escape. The Thunder Palace Master's voice was cold as he chased after Lu Ming. The Thunder Palace Master had comprehended the thunder intent and his speed was too fast. Lu Ming could not escape at all. Boom! Lu Ming and the Thunder Palace Master exchanged blows. This time, it was even more miserable. His body was emitting smoke and almost turned into charcoal. It was as if his body was about to split open. Lu Ming rushed out of the pit and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He looked at the Thunder Palace Master with murderous intent. Run, why aren't you running? Let's see where you can run to. Today, you will die. The Thunder Palace Master walked over step by step with incomparable coldness. Today, it's not certain who will die. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness as the thunderous power emitted from his forehead. He was preparing to control the Thunder Cauldron to deal a fatal blow to the Thunder Palace Master. After using the Thunder Cauldron, he would definitely be weakened. This place could be said to be extremely dangerous. However, at this point, there was no other way. Whoosh! Dandan flew back and emitted light beside Lu Ming. Chapter 567. What's going on? This little bastard is only a 4th layer martial king. No matter how much of a genius he is, he shouldn't be a threat to me. Why do I feel threatened? Could it be that he has some treasure on him? The Thunder Palace Master's mind spun rapidly as his eyes became vigilant. This little bastard must be killed today. His talent is too shocking. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be the one to die the next time we meet. The Thunder Palace Master's eyes turned cold as he prepared to attack. Roar! Roar! Right at this moment, 2 earth-shattering roars resounded, causing the earth to violently tremble. An ocean-like pressure came crashing down with a loud bang. What's going on? The Thunder Palace Master's expression changed drastically. Not good. Lu Ming's heart also trembled. Boom! Suddenly, dust filled the air as a gale blew. Two enormous creatures appeared not far away and were madly fighting. It was an enormous black tiger that was over 100 meters tall and 300 to 400 meters long. It was like a small mountain. It was fighting with a giant ape. It was very similar to the one that Lu Ming had seen previously. It was extremely tall and big. The two behemoths fought each other crazily. They rolled and rolled toward Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. The Thunder Palace Master's expression changed drastically as he turned around and ran. Lu Ming did the same. They had just run 1,000 meters when the place where they were fighting was trampled by the two beasts. The ancient trees collapsed and turned into a mess. A gale blew, almost blowing Lu Ming away. Lu Ming cast the concept of wind and made use of the power of the gale to run, increasing his speed by a notch. The Thunder Palace Master couldn't care less about killing Lu Ming. Running for his life was more important. The two beasts were too terrifying. The Thunder Palace Master didn't doubt that if he was hit by one of them, he would definitely die. The two were running for their lives. Roar! Roar! The battle between the two beasts shocked the other beasts and they also ran for their lives. The forest was in chaos. Bang! 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 Beside Lu Ming, a mammoth that was dozens of meters tall ran past and almost flattened Lu Ming. This mammoth definitely had the strength of a peak king. Good chance. 9 dragons used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In a flash, he grabbed the long hair on the mammoth's tail and crawled into the long hair to hide. The fur on the woolly mammoth's tail was 7 to 8 meters long. Lu Ming could not see a single strand of fur as he hid inside. The two giant beasts continued to fight, rolling and rolling without a fixed direction. Not long after, Lu Ming heard the rumbling sound getting further and further away from the mammoth. In the distance, the Thunder Palace Master swept his gaze over with a gloomy expression. That little bastard got away again. The Thunder Palace Master snorted coldly and left carefully. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming estimated that they had run at least tens of thousands of miles. At this time, the mammoth slowed down. Lu Ming retracted his aura and slipped down from the mammoth's tail. Could it be that we're almost out of the forest? Lu Ming discovered that the surrounding trees were much smaller and not as big as before. Lu Ming walked in a certain direction for several thousand li and discovered that they had indeed exited the forest. In front of him were layers upon layers of mountains and mountain ranges. The terrain of the forest before was relatively flat and there were almost no mountain ranges. However, there were only mountain ranges in front of him. What is this place? Apart from demonic beasts, there is not a single person or any other race. Lu Ming frowned. He then retracted his aura and ran towards the mountain ranges. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not encounter any powerful demonic beasts in these mountains. If there were any, their strength was relatively low. Could it be that all the powerful demonic beasts are in this forest? Lu Ming relaxed a little. He then flew into the sky and sped up. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, Lu Ming came to a halt. He flew back and landed on a small mountain peak. This is a profound crystal mine? Lu Ming sensed carefully and discovered that this mountain was emitting a strong intent realm aura. Moreover, it was the aura of wind intent realm. This was actually a wind attribute profound crystal mine. Lu Ming was ecstatic. There should be at least several hundred pieces of power Upanishad crystal in the load, and there might even be mid-grade power Upanishad crystal. Most importantly, these were wind attribute profound crystals. With these crystals, Lu Ming's wind intent realm could improve rapidly. Dig. Lu Ming started digging crazily. 3 hours later, Lu Ming had dug out an entire mountain. The harvest was plentiful. There were 330 low-grade profound meaning crystals. Most importantly, there were 2 mid-grade profound meaning crystals. 2 mid-quality profound meaning crystals of wind element. I'm rich. Lu Ming wanted to laugh out loud. This place is really full of treasures. Continue to search and see if there are other profound crystal mines. Lu Ming searched crazily. True enough, there were no powerful demonic beasts in this piece of land. Lu Ming sped up. Soon, he discovered a small profound crystal mineral vein tens of thousands of miles away. Another profound crystal mine. Before, in the forest, there were profound crystal pits. Now, this place is a profound crystal mine. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming was in a good mood. Originally, he was a little depressed because of entering this strange place, but now, all of that was swept away. This profound meaning crystal mine was a metal attribute profound meaning crystal mine. In the end, Lu Ming excavated more than 400 metal attribute profound meaning crystals and 2 middle-grade metal attribute profound meaning crystals. Continue. Lu Ming felt that he couldn't stop at all. Half an hour later, Lu Ming stopped on a mountain peak, frowning. The mountain underneath was dug out completely. From the faint aura of intent domain in the air, it should be a small load of power Upanishad crystals. But it was dug out by someone else. I wonder if it's someone from the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, the majority of the people here were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Seems like I'd better be careful. Lu Ming's figure flashed, leaving this place. An hour later, he stopped in front of a mountain peak, wild joy on his face. This mountain peak was filled with powerful lightning intent realm. It was a thunder attribute profound crystal mine. Thunder attribute profound crystals were something that Lu Ming could use. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming started to dig. Our luck is really good. Another profound crystal mine. This time, we're really rich. Lu Ming hadn't even dug twice when a cold and dry voice sounded. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 coffins flew over, and 6 figures walked out of them. 2 zombie guards and 6 refined corpses. Their bodies emitted powerful auras. Great completion kings, all of them are great completion kings. Lu Ming's face changed. This time, about a dozen of the Heavenly Corpse sect's great masters had entered this place. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming encountered 2 of them. Kid, are you from the Xian family or the Empyrean Divine Guards? You're unlucky to have met us. Hand over your storage ring obediently, and we'll leave your corpse intact. Chapter 568. Come and get it yourself if you can. Lu Ming said coldly. Brat, you're overestimating yourself. I'll kill you first. One of the zombie guards said coldly. Then, one of the zombies pounced on Lu Ming. Swoosh! Swoosh! 7 or 8 chains swept toward Lu Ming like poisonous snakes. Lu Ming swept out his spear and collided with the chains. His body was sent flying backward. No, although these 2 zombie guards are 7th level martial king, they're still kings in the greater success stage. I'm no match for them now. I can only retreat. Although he was unwilling, the fat meat in his mouth was about to fly away. He had no choice as he was weaker than them. Lu Ming turned around and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In a few flashes, he was far away. The 2 zombie guards were stunned as they couldn't catch up. This brat is pretty fast. One of the zombie guards was unwilling. Forget it. Let's not care about him. Let's dig out the profound crystals first. This place is truly a peerless treasure ground. I've never heard of such a place before. If we can bring these profound crystals out, we'll be rich. The other zombie guard's eyes lit up as he controlled the zombies to start digging. Lu Ming flew for 10,000 miles and stopped at a secluded place. Looks like I'll have to increase my strength first. Otherwise, I won't be a match for these kings in the greater success stage. Only by increasing my strength can I obtain better resources. Heavenly Corpse Sect, Palace Master Lei Ji, just you wait. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon. With a wave of his hand, a pile of wind attribute esoteric crystals appeared. Now, as long as the wind attribute esoteric crystals reached the first level of the lesser success stage, Lu Ming's cultivation could continue to increase. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed a mid-grade wind attribute esoteric crystal. Lu Ming wanted to start with the mid-grade esoteric crystal. Placing the Enlightenment ancient tree beside him, Lu Ming entered a state of emptiness and pinched the esoteric crystal. Bang! The medium-grade Upanishad crystal of wind class shattered. Wisps of intent domain emerged, circling Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. The effect of a mid-grade profound crystal was astonishing. 2 days later, Lu Ming's concept of wind broke through to level 1 minor accomplishment. However, the effect of the profound crystal was still there. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. His wind mentality had reached the middle stage of level 1 lower tier, and the effect of the mid-tier profound sense thread finally disappeared. Then, Lu Ming took out a low-grade profound sense crystal and continued to comprehend. Comprehending in the Temple of Paragon was not as effective as comprehending in Tianxian City. After spending half a month and using up more than 300 wind profound crystals, his wind concept had only reached the peak of level 1 lesser success. Xiao Chen was just one step away from great perfection of first rank, the same as the state of fire. Whoosh! Lu Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Now, my wind and fire concepts are just one step away from great perfection of first rank, and my thunder concept has reached the late stage of lesser success of first rank. It won't affect my cultivation anymore. Let's start to improve my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals appeared and exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline devoured them and refined them into true origin. The 3 intents were almost balanced, and there was no resistance. Lu Ming's cultivation began to improve rapidly. However, after reaching LV4 Martial King, the number of supreme spiritual crystals required to improve his cultivation was terrifying. From the early stage of LV4 Martial King to the middle stage of LV4 Martial King, Xiao Chen had consumed a total of 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals. That was 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation. After refining 600,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the peak of LV4 Martial King. Then, after refining another 500,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the early stage of LV5 Martial King. After refining 1,100,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had only improved by 1 level. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to afford it. However, Lu Ming remained calm. He continued to take out supreme spiritual crystals and began to devour them. LV5 Martial King required even more supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming refined 900,000 supreme spiritual crystals to reach the peak of LV5 Martial King. Then, he refined 80 supreme spiritual crystals to break through to the early stage of LV6 Martial King. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He refined another 5 million supreme grade spirit crystals and cultivated to the peak of the 6th level Martial King realm in one go. This was already his limit. Because he had not broken through the heaven and earth realm, it was impossible for his cultivation to break through. In total, he had refined 4,300,000 supreme spiritual crystals in 7 days. If anyone knew this, they would be scared to death. Refining 4,300,000 supreme spiritual crystals in 7 days and improving his cultivation by a few levels was simply inhumane. Of course, this was all thanks to the 9 dragons' bloodline's advancement to the 7th level Martial King realm, which greatly enhanced its devouring and refining ability. The peak of LV6 Martial King realm, the true qi is too abundant. Lu Ming felt like he was spitting out true qi as soon as he opened his mouth. How strong am I now? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. When the 3 intents of heaven and earth reached the lesser success stage, the power of the 3 intents of heaven and earth was comparable to the perfection stage of a single intent. Together with his current cultivation of LV6 Martial King realm, Lu Ming had no idea how strong he was. Either way, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill a 7th level Martial King Realm cultivator at the greater success stage. I might as well cultivate the 3 skills of the Dragon God and improve my strength to the maximum before leaving this place. Lu Ming pondered. In this place, Lu Ming had a huge advantage, which was that he could quickly convert the ultimacy crystals into strength. No matter how many profound meaning crystals the others had, they would not be able to use them as quickly as Lu Ming. Furthermore, even if their intent level had improved, their cultivation level would not improve as quickly as his. This was because the speed of refining the crystals was far slower than his. Therefore, Lu Ming was not afraid that the others' cultivation would increase rapidly. Lu Ming planned to improve his strength to the maximum, then go out to dig for ultimacy crystals and kill the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect to take their ultimacy crystals. Under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, the speed of learning martial skills was 10 times faster than normal. In just half a month, Lu Ming had cultivated the 3 skills of the Dragon God to the 4th level. Lu Ming's ability had improved by another notch. Let's go, it's time to harvest. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and turned into a beam of light, disappearing in a flash. Lu Ming did not control his speed at all, flying wildly in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled more than 100,000 miles. On the way, Lu Ming saw 5 or 6 ultimacy crystal mines that had been mined. Lu Ming did not stay in this area and flew further away. 5 hours later, Lu Ming finally saw a figure. Hurry up, after mining this ultimacy crystal mine, let's go find the next one. Not far ahead, a shout came from a distance. Around 30 zombie guards were controlling refined corpses to mine a load of power Upanishad crystals. This time, there were many people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, nearly 1,000 people. The 30 corpse guards were only a small portion. Whoosh! Lu Ming appeared above the profound crystal or vein, a cold smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 569. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, the zombie guards were startled. Who's there? Kid, it's you. You're courting death. A few cold shouts were heard. The 2 zombie guards at the 7th level Martial King realm recognized Lu Ming instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 2 powerful refined corpses of LV7 Martial King realm blocked Lu Ming's path of retreat. They had learned their lesson this time. They had blocked the path at the beginning, fearing that Lu Ming would escape again. It seems like you've had a great harvest recently. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a fiery glow. As far as he knew, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect rarely practiced the 9 common intents. The Heavenly Corpse sect mostly practiced a special intent, known as the intent of death. Therefore, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect would never use the ultimacy crystals they had excavated. Most of them were stored in their storage rings, waiting to be exchanged for resources. Hee hee, not bad, kid. Too bad, you can only be envious. Kill. A 7th layer Martial King zombie guard let out a hollow laugh and uttered a sudden roar. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 2 7th layer Martial King zombie guards behind Lu Ming immediately attacked Lu Ming. In front of them, another 7th layer Martial King zombie was controlling 2 zombies to surround Lu Ming. This time, it's you who are going to die. The wind thunder spear appeared in his hand as he lashed out. A full moon appeared in the sky. Bang! 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 The spear glow accurately struck the 4 7th layer Martial King zombies. The 4 zombies were sent flying like 4 cannonballs, crashing into a few mountains 10,000 meters away. Explosions could be heard as dust filled the air. The mountains collapsed from the impact, sending debris flying everywhere. All the zombie guards were astounded, especially the 2 7th layer Martial King zombie guards. They could no longer sense the presence of the 4 zombies. In other words, the 4 zombies had been destroyed. How was this possible? Zombies had copper skin and iron bones, which were impenetrable. Even an 8th layer Martial King expert would not be able to destroy a 7th layer Martial King zombie so easily. However, Lu Ming's spear had destroyed 4 7th layer Martial King zombies. The two 7th-layer Marshal King zombie guards' faces turned pale. Let's go. Without hesitation, the two 7th-layer Marshal King zombie guards fled into the distance. It's too late to run away. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind the two zombie guards. The long spear smashed toward the two of them with the force of Mount Tai. 1,000-meter long, incomparably huge spearlight crushed down on the two zombie guards. The two zombie guards were trying their best to counterattack. However, the zombie guards' combat power was weak. How could it stop Lu Ming? Bang! The spear glow was the two 7th-layer Marshal King zombie guards. Run, run! When the other zombie guards saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions one after another. Devour! Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline flew out and roared. A terrifying devouring force burst out from its mouth and covered the zombies. Ah, what's going on? Why can't I run anymore? My essence blood. My essence blood is flying out. Save me. The zombies screamed in horror. However, the next moment, swoosh. Swoosh. Drops of blood essence were devoured by the zombies and flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Once the blood essence was devoured, their vitality was gone. More than 30 zombie guards had all falling to the ground. Whoosh! The 9 dragons' bloodline devoured the blood essences of the two 7th-layer Marshal King Realm Corpse guards. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and his true essence formed many thin threads. He took off the storage rings of the zombies and put them away by Lu Ming. Let's find a place to refine the blood essence and then count them. With a move, Lu Ming left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and started to refine the blood essence. This time, Lu Ming used all the blood essence to improve the second bloodline. The blood essence of two 7th-layer Marshal King zombies and more than 30 other zombies was extremely rich. Soon, the second bloodline vibrated slightly and the 7th silver chakra appeared. 7th level Marshal King bloodline. The blood essence of a Marshal King at the greater success stage was indeed extraordinary. Buzz. The second bloodline vibrated slightly and the clouds covering the stone steel seemed to have thinned. There was a blurry word on the top of the stone steel. Lu Ming opened his eyes wide and looked at it carefully. Suppress. There seemed to be the word suppress at the top of the stone steel. Suppress? Is this stone steel called the suppress something steel? Lu Ming was curious. It was a pity that he could only vaguely see this word. He could not see the other words. It will all appear sooner or later. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then, he took out the storage rings of the zombies and started to count them. There were a total of 33 storage rings. Lu Ming first checked the storage ring of a 7th-layer Marshal King zombie guard. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Piles of power Upanishad crystals were piled up in his storage ring. There were too many of them. There were at least 500 of them in each pile. Not only were there profound crystals of the 9 common intents, but there were also some special intents. For example, star profound crystals, berserk profound crystals, etc. There were a total of 13 types of profound crystals. Of course, the number of special profound crystals was much less, but there were still more than 100 of them. There were a few metal boxes next to these profound crystals. Lu Ming opened them and found that they were all middle-grade profound crystals. There were a total of 30 middle-grade profound crystals. Lu Ming almost drooled. My nest, this place is really a peerless treasure. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a fiery light. He then checked the other storage rings. There was no doubt that the two 7th-layer Marshal King zombie guards had the most profound crystals, but the other 30 zombies also had a lot of profound crystals. In the end, Lu Ming found that there were about 20,000 profound crystals. Yes, there were more than 20,000 profound crystals and 108 middle-grade profound crystals. I'm rich, really rich. If these profound crystals were taken to Tianxian City, the whole city would be shaken. Except for the profound crystals, Lu Ming did not count the rest. He was too lazy to count them now. He would count them later when he had time. Killing these Heavenly Corpse sect zombie guards is the fastest way to get profound crystals. If I were to dig them myself, how long would it take? Lu Ming decided to go out and hunt the zombies to get the profound crystals. Not long after, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and searched the area. Unfortunately, within 100,000 li, he only encountered a small group of zombie guards. The strongest one was only a 5th-layer martial king, and was easily killed by Lu Ming. This small group only had a little more than 1,000 profound crystals. It seems that I have to search further away. Chapter 570. Bang! Bang! Half a day later, explosions could be heard above a mountain more than 100,000 li away. A few figures were fighting fiercely. Extreme Dao Strike. Pucci. A middle-aged zombie guard was pierced through the forehead by Lu Ming's spear and died unwillingly. It seems like I should have no problem killing a peak 8th-layer martial Emperor Realm zombie guard with my extreme Dao attack. However, zombie guards are still weaker than ordinary cultivators. With my current strength, I'm still no match for a 9th-layer martial Emperor Realm Greater Success Stage zombie guard. Lu Ming put away his spear and pondered. Dozens of corpses were lying on the ground below, all of which were zombie guards. Not long ago, Lu Ming had come here and encountered these zombie guards, and a battle had broken out. The leader of these zombie guards was actually a zombie guard at the peak of the 8th Martial King realm. Lu Ming unleashed all his combat power to kill all these zombie guards. His true yuan swept across and collected all the storage rings. Lu Ming found a place and started counting. The harvest this time was even greater than the last time. All the profound crystals added up to almost 30,000 pieces. Crazy, too crazy. Even with Lu Ming's calmness, his heart could not help but tremble. Profound crystals were not something that could be measured by price. If he took them out, countless people would fight for them. Now, should I cultivate first or hunt down the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming pondered. I'd better cultivate first. It seems that I won't be able to go back for a while. I might as well reach the greater success stage in one go. That way, I won't be afraid of anyone except those giant beasts in this place. Lu Ming made up his mind and took out a thunder profound crystal. He planned to comprehend the thunder intent first. After all, his thunder intent was lagging behind the other two intents. He planned to use a low-grade thunder profound crystal to raise his thunder intent to the peak of the first-level minor success stage, then use a mid-grade thunder profound crystal to break through to the first-level greater success stage. Bang! Lu Ming crushed a thunder profound crystal, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend. However, in less than a minute, Lu Ming opened his eyes. What's going on? Why did the intent domain in the crystal disappear for no reason? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with bewilderment. When he was cultivating just now, he discovered that he couldn't absorb even the slightest trace of the concept. It had completely disappeared. One more time. I want to see what's going on. Lu Ming took out another piece and crushed it. This time, Lu Ming did not start comprehending, but carefully observed. In the end, he was dumbfounded to discover that all of the concept threads flew towards the space between his eyebrows and were absorbed by the thunder cauldron in his sea of consciousness. Nest, it can't be, right? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Shi Yan hadn't used the Thunder Upanishad crystal before, so he hadn't noticed this problem. This thunder cauldron was actually fighting with him for the concept of thunder thread. Lu Ming didn't give up. He crushed a few more thunder profound crystals, but the result was the same. Lu Ming crushed another crystal, but the lightning cauldron didn't react at all. Nest, you don't have to do this, right? XXXX. Lu Ming was speechless. He felt an urge to vomit blood. Like this, wouldn't he have to honestly comprehend the concept of thunder? He couldn't use the profound crystals to speed up his cultivation. His plan to crazily increase his cultivation was going to be ruined. Because no matter how fast he comprehended the other concepts, it was useless if the concept of thunder didn't catch up. Heavens, why are you playing with me like this? Looking at the huge pile of thunder-profound crystals in his storage ring, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. Then, Lu Ming's consciousness appeared in his sea of consciousness. Looking at the thunder cauldron, he gnashed his teeth. He wished he could throw this thunder cauldron away. But it was just a thought. Not to mention whether he could do it or not, even if he couldn't bear to do it. Forget it, I'll just honestly comprehend it. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the thunder cauldron and began to comprehend the concept of thunder. Fortunately, the Enlightenment ancient tree was placed next to Lu Ming. Even if he was in his sea of consciousness, it was still 10 times more effective than usual. After all, his sea of consciousness was only in the space between his eyebrows. Lu Ming calmed down and began to comprehend the concept of thunder. Even without the profound crystals, with the help of the thunder cauldron and the Enlightenment ancient tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of thunder was incomparably fast. It was 100 times faster than others. 10 days later, Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of thunder had reached the peak of the first level. But breaking through to the first level wasn't so easy. He needed to accumulate experience. At this time, Lu Ming had already been here for over a month. I have to quickly find a way to leave. There's only 3.5 months until Senior Apprentice Sister Mulan's and the Sacred Star's wedding. Lu Ming frowned. But right now, he was still at a loss as to how to leave. Lu Ming decided to look for a way to leave while hunting the zombie guards. After leaving the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming flew in a straight line in one direction. At this time, Dandan, who was hanging from his hair, flew out. Its body glowed and trembled slightly. Then, it flew quickly in a direction. What's going on? What did Dandan find? Lu Ming was a little confused. He flew after Dandan. After flying for about 10,000 miles, a huge mountain covered in dark red fog appeared in front of them. The surroundings of the mountain were deathly silent. There were no plants, no living creatures. That mountain peak was filled with a dark red mist. One look and one could tell that it was an evil being. Dandan flew to the mountain, trembling slightly. It seemed to be very excited. Then, it flew into the mountain. Lu Ming also flew in. Kill. Kill. When Lu Ming came into contact with the dark red fog, earth-shattering screams rang in his mind. He realized that the scene around him had changed. It had become a purgatory on Earth. Millions of corpses were lying on the ground. Blood flowed like a river. Countless powerful beings were fighting. Lu Ming saw a true dragon flying in the sky, but it was torn in half by a demonic shadow as tall as the sky. Lu Ming saw a phoenix flying across the sky, but its wings were cut off by a demonic shadow. A human expert slashed open the sky with his sword, but he was killed by a demonic shadow with a punch. Unimaginable scenes appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The terrifying killing intent almost made Lu Ming's mind collapse. At this time, Lu Ming felt a force pulling him. The surroundings changed. He was still at the edge of the mountain. The 9 dragons' bloodline surrounded him. The devouring power erupted and blocked the dark red fog. Lu Ming let out a long breath. The dark red fog was too strange. It was so dangerous just now. Lu Ming almost had a mental breakdown. What was that scene just now? Was it a real battle that happened in history? Lu Ming was curious. Dandan. Then, Lu Ming rushed into the mountain with the protection of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Chapter 571. On the peak, there was a broken wing. There was a divine light shining on it, which was extremely mysterious. Most importantly, this wing was very similar to the scene Lu Ming saw just now. A phoenix's wing was cut off. This was a phoenix wing. Lu Ming felt that his heart was about to jump to his throat. What was a phoenix? It was an ancient divine beast, an existence on par with the true dragon. It was an invincible existence and extremely powerful. It had been extinct in the divine wilderness continent for many years. But now, he actually saw such a wing here. What made Lu Ming dumbfounded the most was that Dandan was actually eating this wing. She saw Dandan grow to 100 meters tall. On the eggshell, there was a huge crack, and she was biting the wing bit by bit. Moreover, it was very fast. Dandan ate more than half of the wing in a few bites. Even the feathers on it were not spared. "Damn, leave some for me," Lu Ming shouted and rushed forward. But as soon as Lu Ming approached, he felt a terrifying aura acting on his body. Waves of tearing pain came. Lu Ming felt that his body was almost torn apart. Shocked, Lu Ming hurriedly retreated. What a terrifying aura. This might really be a phoenix wing. After countless years of death, its aura has not dissipated. Ordinary people can't get close at all. Lu Ming thought in shock. But Dandan, that beast, was not affected at all. It was still eating. Soon, the whole wing was eaten by Dandan. Only a few feathers were left. Beast! Lu Ming screamed at the top of his lungs. But after Dandan finished eating, it returned to the size of a human head and fell on the peak, motionless. But its surface was emitting a faint light. After the wing was eaten, the terrifying aura also disappeared. Lu Ming walked over. Dandan. Lu Ming patted Dandan, but Dandan did not move. Could it be that this fellow has eaten too much and needs to digest it? Lu Ming hugged Dandan with both hands, trying to lift Dandan up. However, he found that Dandan was heavier than a mountain and could not be lifted at all. Lu Ming was speechless. It seemed that he would have to wait here for a while. Lu Ming looked around. He discovered that there were still a few feathers left on the mountain peak. Lu Ming hurriedly ran over to pick them up. There were a total of 5 feathers, each about half a meter long. They were the shortest on that wing. They were considered mixed feathers, which was why they fell off. Even so, the 5 feathers were sparkling and translucent. They were fiery red in color, as if they were polished from fiery jade. An astonishing aura was emitted from them. Lu Ming had to use all of his strength to resist. This is also a supreme treasure. I'll keep it first. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and put away the 5 feathers. Then, he looked around, but unfortunately, he did not find anything else. Forget it. I'll cultivate while waiting for Dandan. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and continued to comprehend the Thunder Essence. Every day, Lu Ming's comprehension of the Thunder Essence improved by leaps and bounds. This cultivation lasted for half a month. Lu Ming had the help of the ancient tree of enlightenment and the lightning cauldron. Half a month of cultivation was equivalent to more than 4 years of cultivation for others. Lu Ming felt that his Thunder Essence was about to break through to the greater mastery of the first level. He was only a step away. At this moment, Lu Ming sensed that something was amiss outside and left the Temple of Paragon. At this moment, Dandan's body was emitting a strong light. It was as bright as a small sun. A terrifying amount of life essence rippled out. Crack. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a slight crack on Dandan's body. A small crack appeared. Could it be that Dandan is about to hatch? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Dandan was spat out from the gate of heaven. It was very mysterious and was not afraid of any energy attacks. It had a huge appetite. It could even eat the heavenly tribulation and phoenix wings. Lu Ming had always been curious. What was Dandan? What kind of creature would it be when it hatched? Now, the answer was finally going to be revealed. Crack. Another sound came from the eggshell. Treasure. There's a treasure here. Suddenly, an excited shout was heard. Ha ha ha, this treasure is not ordinary. It's ours. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as dozens of zombie guards appeared with refined corpses. Brat, this treasure is not something you can see. Die. A zombie guard saw Lu Ming and controlled a refined corpse to attack Lu Ming. All of you must die. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Among the dozens of zombie guards, Those who were below the level of a phenomenal success king had their blood essence devoured by Lu Ming and died an unnatural death. The remaining 2 zombie guards, one of them was a 7th level martial king while the other was an 8th level martial king. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze, their eyes full of horror. What martial skill was Lu Ming using? He had killed dozens of zombie guards with a single move. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward and charged at the 2 zombie guards. Bang! Bang! In less than 10 moves, the 2 zombie guards were killed by Lu Ming. All their storage rings fell into Lu Ming's hands. Meanwhile, more cracks appeared on Dandan's eggshell. Lu Ming stared at Dandan while refining the blood essence. A few minutes later. With a bang, the eggshell cracked completely. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A fist-sized turtle appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. The turtle stood with legs like a human, and its 2 front legs were like human hands. It stretched its waist. Ha ha ha, I've finally come back to life. Experts of this world, tremble. Beauties of this world, open your hearts and wait for my arrival. Ha ha ha. The little turtle could speak human language and roared at the sky. However, its voice was very young, like a 3-year-old child. It sounded very funny. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched and his lips trembled. What the hell? What the hell hatched from the eggshell? It was one thing to hatch a turtle, but it was actually a talking turtle, an extremely narcissistic one. Lu Ming was completely speechless. After a while, he said, Dandan. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. What Dandan? If you call me Dandan again, I won't spare you. In the past, I was a turtle under the eaves, so I endured it. But in the future, you better behave yourself. The little turtle scolded with its 2 front legs on the turtle's shell like a peerless expert. It was just that its young voice didn't have the slightest deterrence. Dandan, what are you? You can talk as soon as you were born. Where are your parents? Lu Ming was extremely curious. Junior, shut up. Let me tell you, I am the leader of the top 10 war beasts. I have been invincible since ancient times. I live as long as heaven and earth and shine as bright as the sun and the moon. Where did my parents come from? I said, if you call me Dandan again, I will be angry with you. The little turtle stretched out a claw and pointed at Lu Ming, his eyes wide open. Top 10 war beasts? Dandan, what is that? Lu Ming asked curiously. You. Chapter 572. The pair of tortoise eyes rolled around twice, as if it was deep in thought. After a while, it let out a few dry coughs and said, back then, I went through a fierce battle and was severely injured. I had no choice but to turn into an egg. After countless years, I was reborn. As I have just been reborn, my memories are still incomplete. As for what the top 10 battle beasts are, I can't remember them clearly. You can't remember? Lu Ming looked at Dandan suspiciously and said, then you should be very strong, right? Ahem, didn't I tell you that I was seriously injured back then? Now that I have just been reborn, I haven't recovered much of my strength. Dandan put a turtle claw to its mouth and coughed a few times in a very human-like manner. Dandan, you're not fooling me, are you? Lu Ming looked at Dandan with a face of disbelief. Dandan was very intelligent before. Lu Ming suspected that Dandan had learned to speak before it was hatched, so after it hatched, it pretended to be an expert and fooled him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. As for the rebirth of the strong and the top 10 battle beasts, he didn't believe it at all. Boy, you dare to doubt me. Well, in order to convince you, I will give you a good fortune now. Dandan put its hands behind its back and looked unhappy. Oh. What good fortune? Lu Ming laughed. Previously, I felt that there was a place not far away with a treasure. Now, I will take you to get it and convince you. Dandan snorted coldly. What treasure? Lu Ming was very curious. Hee, if I'm not wrong, it should be the mysterious yellow silicon earth. It can absorb all the energy of heaven and earth, transform it into its own energy, and cultivate peerless spiritual herbs. Dandan smiled proudly. What? Mysterious yellow silicon earth? Is it true? Lu Ming was shocked. The mysterious yellow silicon soil was a kind of peerless treasure. It was produced at the beginning of the world. It was a peerless divine soil used to cultivate spirit herbs and spirit medicines. In ancient times, even in ancient times, the most powerful people in the world would use mysterious yellow silicon to cultivate spiritual herbs. However, Xianhuang silicon was extremely rare. It was usually sold in taels. Even a tael could be sold for a sky-high price. Lu Ming immediately thought of the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. If he had the profound yellow silicon, then the problem of cultivating it would be much simpler. Now, the clear spring water stored in the jade box of the Tree of Enlightenment was almost empty. Finding spiritual liquid to cultivate it was of utmost importance. Hee, come with me. Dandan smiled proudly. With his hands behind his back, he stepped into the air and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. Although Lu Ming was skeptical, he still followed him. About 50,000 li away from Lu Ming, within a radius of 1,000 li, there was nothing but desolation, not even a blade of grass grew. Two figures were flying in the air. If Lu Ming was here, he would be able to recognize them at a glance. One of them was the Temple Master of Thunder and the other was the Temple Master of Fire. Hey, there's a medicinal fragrance coming from that direction. Suddenly, the Temple Master of Fire stopped. Medicinal fragrance? The Temple Master of Thunder was a little confused. It can't be wrong. I usually do alchemy part-time and am extremely sensitive to the smell of spiritual herbs. It's not far ahead. The Temple Master of Fire said. There aren't many spiritual herbs in this world. It's definitely extraordinary that there are spiritual herbs in this barren land. Let's go and take a look. The Temple Master of Thunder's eyes lit up. The two of them moved forward quickly. Soon, a mound appeared in front of them. The medicinal fragrance was coming from that mound. Around the mound, it was also barren. However, there were 7 stalks of spiritual herbs growing on the mound. That's the 7 knots grass. What's going on? Why is it emitting such terrifying medicinal properties? The two of them were shocked when they saw it. This was because the 7 knots grass was a very common spiritual herb. It was a level 1 spiritual herb and to them, it was trash. However, the 7 stalks of 7 knots grass in front of them were crystal clear. They were surrounded by a divine glow and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. They were not level 1 spiritual herbs but level 6 spiritual herbs. Furthermore, they were level 6 spiritual herbs of the highest grade. What kind of place was this? How could a level 1 spiritual herb become a level 6 spiritual herb of the highest grade? Mysterious yellow silicon soil. That's the mysterious yellow silicon soil. The Temple Master of Fire looked below the 7 knots grass. His eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Below the 7 knots grass was a type of soil that was red and yellow in color. Terrifying spiritual energy was emitted from the soil. This was the mysterious yellow silicon soil. What? The mysterious yellow silicon soil. The Thunder Palace Master was also shocked. His eyes were wide open, and immediately after, a burning greed appeared in his eyes. Looking at the area, it was about 1 meter square. How much did it weigh? One must know that in the outside world, in a small domain like the Tianxian domain, it was impossible to find a treasure like the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Only in some of the larger domains, the mysterious yellow silicon soil could be found. However, it was extremely rare and sold by the price of 2. However, no one knew how much it weighed here. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. I'm rich. The Temple Master of Fire was grinning from ear to ear. Compared to the mysterious yellow silicon soil, the 7 stalks of upper level 6-7 knots grass were not as eye-catching. Old man Hua, since we found it together, how about we split it equally? The Temple Master of Thunder said. Alright, no problem. The Temple Master of Fire nodded his head and stared at the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Old man Hua, you are more proficient in refining medicine. You will be in charge of digging the mysterious yellow silicon soil. I will stand guard at the side. The Temple Master of Thunder said. All right. The Temple Master of Fire nodded his head and flew toward the mound with a burning gaze. At this moment, a sinister look flashed across the Temple Master of Thunder's eyes. A lightning sword appeared in his hand and he stabbed it toward the Temple Master of Fire's back. The Temple Master of Fire never expected that the Temple Master of Thunder, whom he had known for a few hundred years, would attack him. He was caught off guard and was stabbed directly. Poochie. The lightning sword pierced through the Temple Master of Fire's chest. Ah! The Temple Master of Fire let out an earth-shattering roar. A flaming lion appeared and pounced toward the Temple Master of Thunder. The Temple Master of Thunder pulled out his sword and retreated 1,000 meters to avoid the flaming lion's attack. Why? The Temple Master of Fire turned around and looked at the Temple Master of Thunder with bloodshot eyes. Hee, such a big piece of mysterious yellow silicon soil. Isn't it a pity to split it equally between the two of us? Wouldn't it be great if I kept it alone? Also, I've been eyeing the profound crystals in your storage ring for a long time. The Temple Master of Thunder sneered. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The Temple Master of Fire roared. I deserve to die. Ha ha ha, the one who will die now is you. The Temple Master of Thunder laughed maniacally. Lightning flashed on his body and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Stop. At that moment, a furious roar could be heard as a figure dashed toward them at a rapid pace. Whoosh! The figure appeared and it was Lu Ming. On his shoulder stood the little turtle, Dandan.